RAC 15, and we'll go around the room to start with introductions and then get into it. Go ahead, Jason.
Morning, everybody. Jason Spree, East Region Manager for Water Resources. Tim Seymour, Assistant Manager for Groundwater for Water Resources.
Dark Boschman, I'm a hydrogeologist with the department.
Lisa Brown with Water Watch Oregon. Brianna O'Connor at Code Media and MCS.
Good morning, Zach Reed with Nation Services.
Travis Singh, RAC member.
Aaron Moon with the Watershed Council. Lee Smith, RAC member. Marissa Steinhardt, RAC member. Paul Howard, RAC member.
Louis Moult, RAC member. Rob Frank, Green County Commissioner. Good morning, Mark.
John Short, water rate consultant.
Angela Singleton, Community Group.
Brian Keekley, Langdon Group.
Kelly Bynes, rules coordinator.
Okay. Welcome again, everybody. Let's get into our agenda here. Oh, sorry, actually, who do we have online? Any of the RAC members online?
Yep, Roger Shealy, the ARS. A RAC member.
Welcome, Roger. And then let's do, sorry, our OWRD members that are here in the back.
We have Ben Scandella also online.
Ben,
Howdy, Ben
Okay.
Scandella, WRD.
Alexandria Scott, Community Engagement Coordinator for the Oregon Water Resources Department.
Deputy Director for Water Resources.
sorry about that. And Ben's here and Laura.
Hi, Laura Hart, Water Policy Analyst with the department.
Okay, welcome, everybody. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay.
Sorry, I am getting some stuff for some community members.
Okay,
Yeah.
going? Yeah. Okay, I think, this is the part 2 of yesterday, so we don't need to go into this in detail. We were all here, but just the theme, treat everybody respectfully, which we always have. And if you're online and with a RAC member, please raise your hand and we will go to you for questions or comments. That helps us know that you have one. Same as in the room. If you want to raise your hand, I'll keep an eye on it and ensure I get you folded in. Go to the next slide. Okay, the role of the RAC: attend and participate in meetings at the Horseshoe or online, provide input, advice, and help the department consider various perspectives. The role of the public, which is everybody in the back of the room, listen only during the presentations and RAC discussions from the audience online. Provide input and advice during the designated comment time, of which we have 2 today. Anybody here currently know if they would like to provide public comment? 1. Do we have any members of the public online yet? If you are here and you're with the public and you think you will be providing public comment, if you could let me know, that'd be helpful. Okay, and we'll check back in at the comment period time to find out if anybody does have, anybody else has joined us. Okay, next slide. The roles here, the department's role: foster meaningful dialogue and conversation, consider RAC and public feedback, and then draft the final rules. My role: foster meaningful dialogue and conversations by all RAC participants, and ensure all parties have a safe space to express their viewpoints in a respectful environment. Okay, our agenda today. The first thing we're going to do is statement of need and racial equity. This is a requirement that we need to review. Part of this process, we will then potentially, we have the SWAMPA, the classification sections, the fiscal impacts. We reviewed these in April, made some very minor changes based on just a couple of the comments we received. So be thinking about that. We can potentially skip over that if everyone feels like we did that already in April. Then we'll do our first public comment, take a break. We will begin the draft rule language review. So the department staff was up till late yesterday, updating rule language that we have been reviewing over the last 2 RAC meetings to reflect some of the input that you all provided. So this will be that nice, let's say final in quotes, because this is the final review with the RAC members, but certainly not the final rules. This is going to now move into the public process and ultimately then down the line. And we'll go over the milestones at the end today, so you can kind of see what all the next steps are between now and the actual rule adoption. Lunch, again, I just for partnership, we'll be providing lunch, so thank you, Brenda and that team. Then we'll conclude the draft rule language. So we anticipate this taking some time. This is gonna be every section, item by item, so bear with us, but this is important. It's gonna consume a little bit of time. We'll do public comments again, and then we'll do our next steps, as I mentioned, kind of what the milestones are moving after, as the RAC process concludes and the public process really begins. And we'll do a wrap up, kind of concluding this process for all of us. Okay. So our goals: gather input on the racial equity statement and statement of need. Gather input on the draft fiscal impacts for swamp classifications, if you indeed would like to review those again. And then gather input on the draft rule. Okay. Turn over to Kelly.
All right. So some context around what the statement of need is. It is a requirement of notifying the rules, and it's just a high level, this is why we are doing the rulemaking. This is why this rulemaking is required and needed. And so the statement of need is broken up into three components. The components that we've been talking about, the critical groundwater designation, the SWAPA or measurement and reporting aspect, and then the classification aspect. It should be right in front of you on top of your packet. And so we're gonna just keep it high level and then kind of take some input here. So first, in terms of the need for the critical groundwater area, so the three main reasons, as we've discussed before, is that the Harney Basin meets three criteria. That's to designate a critical groundwater area. That is that the groundwaters have excessively declined excessively, and a groundwater is or about to be overdrawn. So those are the criteria, and for more information, we have our Division 10 report that Daric put together to kind of show you the information around that. Yeah. Did I miss anything on the need for the critical groundwater area? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard it multiple times, but I'll just state again that I feel that there's especially the water down in Woodson, when you look at that water budget, it is not over appropriated by legal standards, and that there should be some consideration in some of these areas that we feel have not tripped that except for the correlation that based on.
I'll second that.
All third.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you. All right,
I would just say also though that, I mean, we're not really addressing some of the other issues in here, like domestic wells and springs and those pieces of the public health, welfare and safety standards, which the department has to live by. So I mean, this is kind of strictly on the critical groundwater area statute, which is all really important, but I think there are some kind of broader reasons to act as well.
thank you for the input. Take a note here. Don,
Fred's gonna say.
oh, Fred, yeah, please, go ahead.
I don't know whether I should do this now or later relative to real language. You know, we're reviewing it a little later, but it has to do. There's three parts to it. I'm going to do it later when it has to do with individual well and permit compliance and condition.
I think we'll have a chance to talk about that during the critical groundwater area rule language piece, Fred, so can we?
That's what I thought.
Can we put a pin in that and we'll come
But,
back?
you know, it has a little to do with what Mark brought up, and I think it'd be better later.
Okay, great, let's talk about it then.
Okay. On to the next element, the need for SWAPA rules. So under our SWAPA Division 85 rules, there are certain criteria that have to be met to designate an area of SWAPA. And the two criteria that we have met in the basin is groundwater decline in the area is of such magnitude that the aquifer does not recover annually. And there are frequent occurrences of surface or groundwater shortage caused by use of water from streams or wells. Shortages may be evidenced by complaints from water rights holders, requests to regulate water use, degraded water quality, or failure to meet the restrictions or minimum stream flows. Any comments there? Input?
I'm sorry, my comment was more broadly about this whole document, so yeah, I would just add on
Okay.
you do have domestic wells in there, but that paragraph that says widespread year-to-year declines. I think it also capture the decreases in spring discharge and that completely.
Okay, thank you.
Comment on phosphate.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Classification rules, the groundwater pumping surpasses the recharge of the basin. Any further development of any future development could, compound the problem even more. So classifying for exempt uses only.
Rear lower Donner Blitzen on that groundwater budget that was put out by Garcia, and their report does not say pumping surpassed the recharge until you connect hydro to the rest of the service water.
Moving on. All right, racial equity statement. Fred was in the room today. So racial equity statement is another piece that is required in the rulemaking. And it is essentially, it is a statement on how the rules will impact racial equity in the area. So the elements that we have considered in the racial equity is, one, we've talked about community outreach. So that's in the community outreach, we talk about population of Harney County, how many identify as white, how many identified as mixed race, the poverty rate in Harney County. And then we talk about how we formed the RAC how we did the RAC formation, who's on the RAC. We also talk about tribal coordination and the potential impacts on the roles on the tribe there. We talk about local government coordination and their potential impact on local government and how those impacts could impact what we call frontline communities, so those who live under the poverty line. How a reduction in government services could impact those communities. We talked about the water and energy supply impacts, how the increase in cost could be put burden on the, on the users. Domestic well impacts, impacts of existing water rights holders. For SWAPA, so requiring measurement and reporting, impacts on future water rights availability, so in the classification, and then we also talk about environmental impacts. Without getting into the specifics, unless we need to, are we missing an element here?
Rob's got it, Taylor.
Well, it's not fully extended. This is not about an element you're missing. It was just questions.
Sure.
Questions yet?
No, go ahead, yeah.
Why do you have to contact all 9 tribes? If only one tribe is in the county?
It is a requirement under the Division 10 that we need to contact, that we should contact all 9 tribes. Yeah,
Even if this is not their territory.
yep. And that was from input directly from tribes during our Division 10 rules, that we would also, even though it's not our territory, we would like to be included in the, let us know what's going on.
Okay, I think that might
And
kind of
we,
go against the equity, because that's, I think would be rather offensive to the Burns Bayou tribe. That some of these other tribes are being involved in this within the Honey Basin.
Okay.
Not to speak for the tribe, just
Sure.
pulling that out.
can I
And Laura?
speak to that a
Yeah.
little bit, Kelly? Yeah, so first of all, when we initiate coordination with federally recognized tribes, we do reach out to all 9 tribes, because even if a tribe is not physically, their reservation lands aren't physically located, within a project site, other tribes do have historic interests and connections to other locations throughout the state. So that's to make sure we're being comprehensive. With respect to Burns Paiute, however, we have done extra outreach. So we have requested, well, actually, they requested to meet with us, and we've been, trying to coordinate with them, our director's office, tribal leadership, and relevant natural resources staff with both the agency and the tribe. And so there has been targeted efforts to coordinate with Burns Paiute. But I just wanted to clarify that in general, out of respect for all 9 tribes, we do that initial outreach, and then obviously tribes that have an interest will reach out to us in addition to our efforts, including, having a Burns Paiute tribal representative on the RAC. That has also been the case for this particular rulemaking. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So it's kind of like how all of the groundwater is hydrologically related. Similar.
I would say that it's not up to us to tell the tribes where their areas of historic interest are. It's up to them to tell us that. And so that's why we reach out to all of them.
Could you guys explain how much local government is in the cities? Because I've talked to both city administrators, and obviously the cities have changed administrators, especially the city of Hines, and they don't feel like the same level of effort has been given to them. And so I think that that's kind of a little bit of a glaring problem at the moment. Especially yesterday where they invited, knowing that we were going to be talking about the city's water use for municipalities. I mean, that should have been, knowing that was on the agenda, that should have been an extra effort made to make sure that those folks were in the room, their city councils. And those are heavy things you're throwing at municipalities that I don't know that they were given any special invitations to.
So we have reached out to municipalities
In the past,
and let them know and invited, we have sat down with the county, with Rob.
yeah, but
multiple
the
times.
county and cities are.
I know, I just said, we have made that effort, and I've also heard that comment from others that we need to reach out to the cities again. I have heard that.
But
Yes.
did it occur?
The second follow-up has not occurred, no.
But yet we're at this process in the rulemaking, and yesterday was very pointed towards them specifically.
I understand what you're saying.
It's also important to remember this is the racial equity impact section. So though that outreach, I think there are Division 10 requirements, but this is a Secretary of State requirement that we have to actually fill out when we file the rules, and it's very focused on racial equity impacts. So that's really what, we kind of tried to stretch as much as we could to get that local component in there. So if you have suggestions on how to finesse that focused on racial equity for this section, that would be great. But the separate local government outreach, that's obviously something that has to happen, and it sounds like it will happen. I'm not really sure where it fits within this particular statement, however.
Well, when your local governments are supporting the efforts of the tribe here locally, I mean, we're all very a coordinated effort between what goes on with the tribe. The tribe uses the city of Burns' septic systems, everything else. I mean, there's a lot that goes on in coordination between local governments and the tribe, and so the tribe is dependent on what goes on in the cities and has residents within those cities from tribal members, so it very much fits into the racial equity piece.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to add something about that coordination effort and the impacts that the rulemaking may or may not have on the ability of local governments to support the tribes.
Property within the cities, I mean, it's a direct impact.
Okay.
Bob?
Under the local government coordination and potential impacts in the third paragraph, it says the county uses the revenue to provide services such as funding for schools and hospitals. And I feel like that statement's a little inaccurate since schools and hospitals are special districts. And I just think for accuracy, I'd maybe wordsmith that a little bit because it's not the county. The county tax assessor collects the total county taxes, but those special districts, we don't get to decide how much of that money we give them. So when we're talking about how the services are impacted, I just think that needs to be more accurate. Does that make sense?
Can you give me like specific wording? I'm not following you. How would you word it?
The local government collects revenue through land appraisals by the county tax assessor. County taxes are divided between county government and districts such as schools, hospitals, and others, something to that effect, I think.
Thank you. Okay.
And in the environmental impacts. I brought up yesterday when there was a part that said 70% was publicly owned. If we're talking specifically about the basin, 73% of it might be publicly owned. I don't know about, I just know for the total of Harney County. But I also had a question when it talked about the Ochoco and Malheur National Forests. Is part of the Ochoco National Forest in this area that we're talking about? And if large classification, and it doesn't mention BLM, which is large.
Thank you.
Other than the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, do we specifically state the federal land ownership? I didn't see that.
Other significant public land holdings include the Ochoco and Malheur National Forest.
Harm the state lands.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, what's the intent of listing out all the landowner, the federal landowners? Why not simply leave it high level at it's federally and state owned?
Publicly owned, regular state.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
If we just said that and didn't name out any of the
Yeah.
individual entities, agencies, that'd be fine too.
Okay.
Just go for accuracy, you know?
So yeah, no, so publicly owned, federally managed. Okay. Thank you, no, I appreciate that.
Water being energy supply impact. I do believe that the Hardy Electric Cooperative is understated on the very last sentence and say that the compensation cooperative may need to increase rates in the county. I think it's been clearly articulated by at least one of the co-ops that they're going to have to raise their.
Okay, thank you. People are reading it right now. So we got a little bit of time. Any other thoughts? See people reading the statement, so I'll give them a little bit more time.
Except the feedback.
Yeah.
No, that's very good.
If you have any more, you don't necessarily need to get back to me right now, so if you have some comments on the racial equity statement, you can get back to me. Fortunately, it has to be a tight turnaround by the end of tomorrow, your input, that'd be great. So we don't need to, you don't necessarily need to tell me right now. Okay. All right, let's move on here. So on the agenda, you want to do this spiel or do you want me to do the spiel?
I can mention it, yeah, so with the fiscal impact statement, there's multiple sections. We reviewed a number of these sections in April. And we got a couple comments, so a couple sentences were added, nothing of major significance. I guess the question is, starting with Swampa, does the RAC want to go back through that language? It said the option A, option D, we just highlight where a change is made. Or C, we move on. You're comfortable with what you saw in April. Any thoughts or preferences? Just want to consider your time and not use time that you don't think we need to.
That's the language we didn't get a chance to go through. It was after the.
So the rule language we'll get through the SWAPA rule language. This
Oh,
is
you're
the,
just talking about this.
this is the fiscal impact for SWAPA. And we've added some language based off the input we received in the last round. But there was minimal changes in the classification. We did add a paragraph for classification. Lisa, you talked about the avoided costs of. So we added a paragraph around that, but otherwise there has not been a lot of change to the fiscal impact statements. In their head, do they disagree with the changes? Oh, okay, all right. Okay.
They give us.
So I'm not hearing a strong preference either way. Are we okay to move over this? Continue forward? I mean, this is certainly not your last opportunity. The fiscal impact is going to go into the public review and there'll be a lot more opportunity to provide feedback. Okay.
Can you get an ETA on the rule language?
Oh.
Sorry. Can you text Ally and get an ETA on the rule language, because that's what they were talking about next. It'd be good to have in front of them. Oh, they just walked in, perfect. Been of the hour. Okay, so for people online, we are going to go to draft rule language at 10:20. When do you want the public comment? We're doing some shuffling.
Yeah, we're doing a little shuffling. Let's, so we're jumping down to what, we're 10:55 on the agenda?
Perfect.
All right. I'm looking at.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, we're jumping down to 10:20 on the agenda, so let's, since we really just got started, unless there's any disagreement from those who want to provide public comment, we can push that figure out until after we've got through the first section.
I think we should hold it to the one public comment.
We're gonna do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ellie, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So the fiscal and economic statements for swamp and classification, the RAC has already reviewed those, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure, okay.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do public comment. For anyone that wants to do it now, we'll check back in at the published time to see if there's anybody that wasn't here at this time that still wants to provide comment. Okay, go right ahead, state your name.
So, yesterday we talked about the fiscal impact study that people requested. And I think both sides agreed that it was subpar. It wasn't very good, you know, especially when I go from 20,000 or 20 million to 60 million, and there's a lot of holes in it that we all did. I don't know if the state economists could review it and do it a better job if the government could do something like that and have a more accurate or even higher agency to do a better job, because I'm looking at down the road, we're the poster child of this, and it's very important to figure out the cubic foot reduction to our community and the other communities we go to, what that is economically for both sides. And I don't know, it's just something, you know, if the person can dig in there or ask the governor if there's something else different, because we all feel that it wasn't what we do. So, thanks.
Okay, appreciate the comment. Anybody online from the public that would like to provide public comment at this time? Raise your hand. Okay.
And can you
Um,
also clarify, please, that you'll allow for public comment at 10 o'clock per the agenda? Because I think there might be folks that join later or prepared at that time.
Yeah, that's what we anticipated. We'll check in at 10 o'clock. If anybody that arrived, is not here now, that would like to provide public comment. Before we go to the next section though, we had a few RAC members join after our introductions. So maybe we'll just ask those folks to introduce themselves. Fred, can you begin? Just with the introduction, we missed you at the beginning. Say it again. We're just asking the RAC members that weren't here at the very beginning, that missed introductions, to introduce yourself now.
Fred Ollie, I'm sorry, I was 10 minutes later, 5, whatever it was, Diamond, I'm on the rack, Hammond irrigator.
Who else do we miss? Kristen?
Kristen Shellman, on the RAC, Harnett County Community Member.
Jess Winnick, I'm out here, refuge manager.
Brandon Haslick, used to work for the Burns Fire Tribe, I don't anymore. And just a point of clarification on the first, I'm not a Burns Fire Tribal member. But you did represent the tribe on the record.
Brandon?
Thank you.
So there's now no representation on the RAC from the tribe?
I guess I wasn't aware that personally that Brandon wasn't with the tribe anymore.
We've been reaching out to the tribe to get some on the rack for the last two, it's just for the 2 meetings.
And they have received the information. I think they're just slammed with everything going on.
All right. So for people online, who just joined, we are skipping ahead. We are not, talking about the SWAMPA and classification physical impact statement at 9 o'clock. We're skipping to the 10:20 agenda item, draft rule language. Okay. You guys get the rule language? What's that? You guys get the rule language?
Do you need a copy of it?
I do, yes, thank you. Go through this. All right, so, yeah.
Okay, so purpose here is to gather input around the draft rule language. This is the consult level. So I guess just to kind of recap, we've been through all these sections in detail. We've asked for your feedback. And those of all that feedback has been captured, either what you provided in the room or provided via email or letters, all of the above. Department staff has been crunching that, looking for opportunities where they find appropriate to pull that in. And then spent a lot of time yesterday afternoon and evening inserting that into the language. So that's kind of where we're at now, is looking at the draft rule language in its entirety. I guess for context, this is the last opportunity in the RAC meeting to review the draft rule language. Your feedback, again, just like we have before though, will be received. Thank you. You know, please provide very specific comments as to what you like or don't like in any specific section. That'll be captured, and then the next opportunity to see the rule language and if any of those changes were implemented would be what's between now and the first public comment period. So that's sort of where we're at. And again, it's been a long haul, but appreciate everyone sticking with us.
Due to printing challenges, you're only getting one copy. It's the clean version. It doesn't have track changes in it. The track changes will be posted online as soon as possible and will be available for download there. We are showing the track changes in the PowerPoint, so everybody aware, so you can see what we've changed.
Are we starting from the front page?
We're starting from the front page with section 10 and we're going all the way through all of the whole language.
Permissible total withdrawal versus predicted.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's for front page.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna go line by line, rule by rule through the language, so.
All right.
There was number 5.
Let's get started. As again, a reminder, the kind of constructive input we're looking for today is, I don't like this rule language because this, I suggest you change it to this, giving us some constructive input.
Can I
Yeah,
really quick make a suggestion that we take like a 15-minute break? Because nobody in this room,
Has read it.
other than us, has read it. And 15 or 20 minutes, we have time, would allow them to read the rule language. You can mark it up with pen or pencil or whatever. And have some more constructive feedback for us.
sure.
I read Sharpie for somebody.
Whatever works for you.
Yeah, I just leave
Okay.
that, I let that one go, I won't even.
How about-
We got it, Mark.
Hey.
We're tracking. Go ahead.
Kelly, can I
Yes.
ask a question? So this is a document that you guys have revised since yesterday.
Yes,
Do
Did it
we
get
have a
posted
link
online?
for the folks online?
it is online,
It is posted on the web?
posted online, yep.
Okay, I'll drop the link in then. Thanks.
It is online,
I'm
yes.
not seeing it on our website.
It's on May 4th, it's under day 2 of 2, May 15th.
All right, there it is. I have your-
the final copies online or the tracks change?
The track changes copy is online.
Yes.
This is the clean version, so it doesn't have track changes, so that it's easily read, right?
Okay, so it's 8:37 right now. We'll give to we'll roughly come back about 8:55, so maybe to everyone's benefit, if we can keep the chatter down so people can zero in and focus. I'm not looking, you're looking at me, Zach, I'm not looking at you. And,
So Kelly,
Go ahead.
so you dropped from May 14th, but that's been updated since yesterday, that link?
Yes,
Okay,
we took the input from May 14th and the written comments received before May 14th, and then we have incorporated into the rule language. That is
And-
what's being dropped into the chat right now.
and you reloaded that like this morning or late last night or?
It was this morning at
Okay.
5 in the morning.
Okay, I'll
Yes.
stop back in yet. I just want to make sure it's the right one. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just for people online, we're gonna continue giving time, for RAC members to read through the rule language. And we'll unmute when we start the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, so Now that you've had some time with it, you can kind of got some thoughts in mind potentially, and again, we'll be capturing those. Make sure and try to provide them in the context of how, you would like to see a change appear. So we can grab those from you.
Okay, two things to note, as Tim said, you guys have the clean version of the rules in front of you on the PowerPoint. The red language is the additional language, the crossed out language, the language we removed. So just to show you two things. We're just gonna do this like we did yesterday. We're gonna be Vanna White, read the language, and then have a conversation. So, okay. We're gonna start section 10, very beginning of the rules, and we're gonna work all the way through the Swampa rule language. So, starting, unless specified in these rules, the definitions in RAR 690-300-10 apply to the below rules. So the first definition is adaptive management checkpoint. Means the scheduled interval in which the department evaluates changes in groundwater levels and determines if adjustments to schedule reductions in groundwater use are required as described in 695-12, section 80. And then 2 exempt groundwater uses are those defined in RS 537.545.
Yeah, so I want to point out that we'd received feedback about concerns around clarity in relation to this definition. And so we were trying to make it more clear. Previously, we were using the term adaptive management in the definition of adaptive management, and that's generally a bad practice when you're defining a term. So we corrected that. And then we wanted to make sure that it was clear where this specific term is being used. And so we added a rule reference to point you to the adaptive management section of the rule.
Good, yep, please.
So, my 3 changes have to do with definitions and or the sections on back. And I don't know, so they'd be in a way, a subset of an existing definition. In other words, it doesn't change the definitions that you're proposing here, but it would add to them. It would be a definition that applies to an individual permit more than the overall sub area or basin management. So do you want to go through these?
So is it defining, are you defining a term, Fred, or are you requiring action?
I'll give you one and then you can kick it till later or now. So the one would be individual well and groundwater use permit administration. Means individual wells within a sub area with static water levels meeting static water level trend or stability objectives will not be curtailed as long as trend and stability objectives are met over a 5 or 10-year period. And then the second 2 have to do with definition for stable static water level means spring static water levels not declining more than 3 feet over a 5-year period or more than 6 feet over a 10-year period. So, and then the last one, I'll just go ahead and do it. Improving static water level trend means the 5-year average static water level improving from the previous 5 years. Now, one of the, let's test, however you say it, is being practical, being consistent, being reasonable, and being fair. Those are 4 important things. And when we look at the uncertainty and lack of confidence, some of us have, at least, in the modeling reflecting the reality, then that leaves individual groundwater irrigation permits very uncomfortable and in a position not be able to defend themselves and being subject to a model or a decision based on insufficient information. So I think that adding these type of definitions, and these are written in a orderly manner. When it finally came to me how we can meet and compromise on this issue, that the department needs, based on the longstanding water law, the mechanism to evaluate and consider individual wells, irrespective of the critical groundwater area designated. And so to be fair, reasonable, practical, and consistent, then there, in my view, there has to be sub-area language and individual well language that reflects the adaptive management. And I appreciate that being in the rule. That type of reference to individual wells. And if the individual wells aren't meeting it, they aren't meeting it, and they don't get, but at least for those individuals, whether you guys agree with it or not, that have an increasing static water level, they're in an area that's still going to get a decline. And it's just not fair and not reasonable, not consistent with water law, and not practical. So this type of language, and it's not written perfect, I agree. I just think this is very important to get a comfort level in the community and in the individual well operators, because we're all concerned about declines in certain areas. But there has to be a mechanism to allow, to allow positive information. We have certain wells in this basin right now that are increasing. That's a friction. That's why I asked at the other meeting, I believe a pause would really be appropriate. I know you guys don't want to do that, and I understand why, but we have looked at curtailment. We have argued and discussed and learned about curtailment all these years. We have not focused on the recharge aspects of it at all. So we do not know much about individual areas separate from the 7 sub areas that respond to 3 years like we've had. Now, I believe there's gonna be a 3-year response, but there's already been a 1 and 2 year response in a lot of wells. But I think there's gonna be a bigger 3-year response. And I believe after that, there's gonna be an 8 or 9, 10-year response. I think when I look at the conditions in the watershed capture storage release that went through this type of year we had this year, which was more dramatic from a physical soil situation, allowing that water to get in and replace groundwater that exceeds the last 2 years. All 3 years were dramatic and good. That doesn't mean we administer total basis on that, but that is information that everybody should begin want to know about, because that's our future. When we look at the watershed conditions up in our forests that have turned yellow pine, 120-foot spacing in the trees to fir thickets, or the juniper issues that we're working on, which is part of the precipitation issue in our groundwater decline. I just think that we need to be able to focus as a community and with support from the Water Resources Department on the positive aspects of the 3 years we've had and learn more about the recharge part. That's why I asked for a pause. And I don't think I'm gonna get support for you guys on that, but this would meet a lot of that with individual well data. If you have a positive trend, you shouldn't get curtailed. If we've actually improved a well, we should not be curtailed in the Sylvies here when you've had a 7-foot increase. It doesn't mean you don't use that in the database and consider it over time. There's no problems with that. The last part, which is sort of part of it, is if you have individual wells and permits, irrigation permits, regulated off in 2028. That should not be permanent until this model and stuff that the decision-making criteria is tested over time. That's part of what the three definitions are about, tested over time, where you have data coming forward in a sub-area or in an individual permit. And that would make everything, all the hard work you guys have put into this, a more beneficial and palatable situation for the reality out there in our basin. Thank you for giving me that time.
Appreciate it. We'll do public comment at 10 o'clock. Did you capture what you needed to as it relates to rule language
I did.
locations?
I would like to reiterate that the department does not intend to change its goal of stabilizing groundwater levels, and that stable groundwater levels are defined in these rules as 0 feet of decline over a 6-year period.
Okay, well, we won't, we're not gonna get into that.
Yeah.
We'll capture the feedback.
Yep.
And, okay, let's, appreciate that, Fred. Hold on one second. So we gotta hand it back, public comments at 10 o'clock, so just hold tight. Travis.
So underneath the definitions, you're only providing nine definitions, but over the past 2 years, we've had probably 20-25 definitions being used and defined. Why are they not all listed here? Like reservoir, groundwater.
Yeah, so a standard practice in rule writing is that you define terms that could be either misconstrued or not clear. Groundwater reservoir is a clear term. And so we're not here to rewrite the dictionary. We're here to define terms that we use in the rules that could be construed or seen as lacking in clarity. And so that's the intent of definitions in a rule.
But is there a specific definition that you think we are missing?
Well, I think that we should include all of them since we've even provided in the data. You know, I was really expecting maybe 20-25 definitions.
Gotcha.
So I think that's part of the whole.
Okay.
The whole project.
Sure, that's part of the whole project, but what we're defining here is the words used in the rules. So the like, we're not gonna define terms that were used as we're discovering the data unless that term is used in these rules. We gotta keep our scope focused on the rules specifically. Any other comments about adaptive management or exempt groundwater uses? Sorry, adaptive management check.
Okay. Next two definitions. So the ground level change envelope means the model trajectory for groundwater levels to achieve the target water level trend by 2058. A groundwater level change envelope is modeled for each subarea, including the median 10th, 25th, 75th, and 90th percentiles relative to groundwater levels in 2028. The envelope describes the range of values that would be used to inform the adaptive management process in OAR 690-512-80. The trajectories are modeled with the USGS Harney Basin Groundwater Model published in 2024. And then, as Tim pointed out, we were going to change the initial allocation to initial allotment. Reason being, allocation is new water, and so we didn't want to, it's generally used for new water, so we used allotment. And that means the quantity of water authorized for use by each groundwater right upon completion of the tested case.
So again, we'd heard feedback about making it clear what the timeline is. And we agreed with that and wanted to add that in. And then we wanted to make it very clear that these are modeled trajectories and not measured in any way. So this is using that Harney Basin groundwater. Yeah, Mark.
I do know and understand, I think number 4, that you cannot put that number in until the contested case is completed, but you're not going to implement that until 2028, is there any reason to list the year two in case the contested case gets done prior?
Oh, so you're saying we don't implement so to make clear that we're not gonna implement the reduction until 2028? I don't think so, because we have the schedule specifically called out and we state what the schedule will be.
I'm good with it, just going through my mind.
Yep. Thanks for that.
I would just say, can we put the actual title of the USGS report and a citation, and maybe even link? As somebody who deals with rules that were written 20 years before and they refer to like some attachment or report and like nobody has it anymore, it's frustrating. So like, think about somebody in 20 years from now. I think we want to be able to have, and USGS, I think, at least right now, their policy is that they keep those links live like forever.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do there within the limits of the Secretary of State's.
Yeah, I mean, at least like a person.
Yep. Agreed. That seems reasonable.
Okay, moving on here, next few definitions. So, John, this is the time we can talk about your comment here. Municipal total withdrawal is the volume of groundwater that is based on substantial evidence which will achieve the target ground level trend by 2058 when following the schedule of reductions defined in OER 695-12 -70. The department may not reduce groundwater pumping through regulatory orders to a value less than the permissible total withdrawal. The units of measurement for the permissible total withdrawal is acre feet. 6, public uses are those defined in our Division 77 rules, Section 10, Rule 27. And then sub-area means a portion of the critical ground area defined for administrative purposes.
So in relation to your comment specifically, John, about predictive total withdrawal, we're leaving it permissible total withdrawal because that is the statutory term. We're trying to define a statutory term here, or to clarify a statutory term that is not defined specifically in statute. And we added additional language around this to try to make it clear, and hopefully we did, that this is a volume of pumping that we believe will result in stable groundwater levels by 2058, based on the schedule of reductions we've laid out. And we've tried to make it clear here that we may not reduce below that PTW value. So making it clear that that is the maximum, we'll call it the maximum amount of curtailment that can occur, or that's the minimum amount of authorized pumping that may occur. Does that help?
I understand. I saw that change and I understand that helps. Find it and set it as a minimum to become below. My concern is if I'm standing in front of a judge and he says municipal total withdrawal of Silver Creek is 15,200. What does that mean? Well, it sounds pretty clear to me that nobody can pump more than 15,200. I mean, the whole group cannot. It doesn't say that that was a predicted number. It doesn't say that that was maybe right or wrong.
So the definition here, so you stand in front of a judge, he says permissible total withdrawal, what does it mean? He then looks to the definition that the department has defined here, and that the commission will adopt if they adopt these rules. And so he says, okay, so it's the volume of groundwater that, based on substantial evidence, achieves the target groundwater level trend by 2058 when implemented on that schedule.
You left out the key word there. You left out will. You just said, to will achieve, I would say may instead of will, it gives that a little bit of flexibility too.
Okay, so you're recommending Mark changing will to may.
Yeah, I mean, statute, it says it may, I mean, there's a lot of room, like myself, or hopefully we don't need as much. There's some, there's room to say, we need to have caution, it might be more.
Sure.
It's definition of a may.
I cannot commit to changing that. I need to do some more research around, to go back and look at the statute and how it all connects together.
They might also.
Or has been.
Give me options.
Yeah, yeah.
So what we're supposed to do, if the model's or, you know, weather or whatever is wrong, and it only takes, you know, it turns out that it could be 17,000 acre feet that gets our goal of stability. But somebody protests and says, right here, you know, permissible total withdrawal is, and there's no wiggle room there. There's no ability for us to do better than.
But there's the adaptive management piece, and the goal is specifically called out as stable groundwater levels. So if you have stable groundwater levels and you're pumping that amount, I would think that we'd be able to defend against that challenge and say, like, we've achieved the goal that the rules set out to achieve. And so we don't need to go to that permissible total withdrawal, because we've achieved the goal, and the adaptive management schedule says that if you achieve the goal ahead of schedule, you don't have to implement the full amount of curtailment.
Just a reminder, you know, it's, this is good dialogue and good building understanding, but, you know, we're not gonna obviously commit to a change right now. We need to hear it so that the department can then take that back to them, do more research and consider.
Yeah.
Fred?
Yeah, on that definition where it says on substantial evidence. I don't know what that means exactly, Tim. I mean, you've got a model using data and projecting X, Y, Z. And then substantial, a model is not substantial evidence. Is it? My view, it's not. A model is a prediction that you're going to base a policy or a regulation on. Substantial evidence, one of my problems all along is, specific water, measured water levels. Is the type, that's substantial evidence. Do we need to find substantial evidence or clarify somehow on that?
Travis, you got a thought there?
Should it say science evidence instead? Based on science evidence?
Yeah, let's capture that.
Because a lot of the data and models are based on science.
Based on best available science.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful, yes.
Tim, could your sentence say based on substantial evidence that is predicted to achieve the target groundwater level trend?
Yeah, we could consider adding in predicted there. Thank you. I will add that to the list of ways to consider rewriting.
There's another comment, because you've got the based on substantial evidence that you either need to get rid of that comma or add a comma after evidence. There's a comma.
Yeah.
missing. Yeah.
Yep, got that too. That's a grammar thing I will catch.
Well, and this kind of, the substantial piece goes back to my comment yesterday of the department must maintain so many observation wells and that. Because when we look at substantial evidence in the courtroom or whatever, at what point where we started with an amount of evidence, we're starting with using a certain amount of observation wells. Then if we have severe budget cuts or whatever, and the department chooses to stop doing their job, and I'm just talking about past experience with the department, that we then fall below that substantial evidence piece. I think it's important to have substantial evidence based off of what was used to predict this adaptive management, and that the department shouldn't be able to fall below that in order to maintain substantial evidence.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I think we will address some of that a little bit later on when we talk about well measurement. So, and making sure we have data.
Fred, got a comment on this section?
Quick comment to add to that would be allowing for, this would be type of allowing for the community or private irrigators to bring substantial evidence forward, meaning the department should, as we do, want, and we have these static levels taken by professionals. We should be able to bring that forward into the process.
And that's included, yep.
And right now, it's at the deference of the department. We cannot bring march static levels forward unless the department agrees to allow it at overtime. And we should be able to bring that forward. And as a community, irrigators, for instance, if we all got together and all had static levels and we said, hey, the reality of this area doesn't match up, then we can bring that forward and make important adjustments that the department should want. So.
I don't disagree with you, Brad. We want as much data, we want as much data as we can get.
Let's change that language to allow, in the language, provide for, and not totally subject to.
Can we talk about that when we get to that rule section?
I thought it was kind of there, okay.
Can I make two quick comments? One on the initial allotment, I think it should say, if I'm reading it correctly, means the annual quantity of water.
Would you speak up, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, you always remind me of that. I'm just saying on the initial allotment definition, I think it's the annual quantity of water, just the quantity.
Yeah, because we have been talking about it in annual terms.
Haven't we done?
Yeah.
Okay, we're tracking good.
100%, you're
Okay.
exactly right, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then,
Everybody else had one right here, thank you.
and then on the permissible total withdrawal, just say, like, if you're throwing evidentiary standards into the rules.
Mhm.
I'm sure you're gonna do this anyway, but just have DOJ look at it because standards in a contested case are different than on appeal and, just make sure that's all sorted out.
Absolutely. I promise we will have the attorney look at it,
Okay.
because I am not an attorney.
Well, on number 4, how does that vary from the word duty?
So a duty is the quantity of water that could be applied per acre. So if the duty is 3 acre feet, you can apply up to 3 acre feet of water per acre. The initial allotment is the duty times the acreage to get a total volume.
Could that be defined in there just so that it's clear that, I mean, because duties often used, but to me, like, that was where my mind went when I read that. I'm like, well, how does this vary from the duty?
Yeah.
Could that be added to that just as a clarification or?
Yeah, make clear the difference between duty and this. Okay. Thank you. We will take a look at that.
Yeah, all right, moving on. Did I skip? Nope, I didn't. All right, move on. Last two definitions here. Target water, groundwater level trend means the goal, the rate of the change in groundwater levels within the sub area of the critical groundwater area. And a totalizing flow meter is an instrument used to measure and display both the instantaneous flow rate of groundwater produced from a well and the total volume of groundwater.
And I think we missed produced from a well there as well. In the PowerPoint, it's in the.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
We had received comments, just like we have today, about the target groundwater level trend. The definition remains the same. We want it to mean the goal for the rate of change in groundwater levels within the sub-area. We believe that's a clear term, the way it's laid out.
So you just added the what word?
So for number 9, totalizing flow meter is an instrument used to measure and display both the instantaneous flow rate of groundwater produced from a well and the total volume of groundwater produced from a well.
So.
And we'll probably change that a little bit so that we get rid of saying produced from a well twice. We'll probably say instantaneous flow rate of groundwater and the total volume of groundwater produced.
I would kick it back to 8.
Okay.
And trying to reflect if that's clear. Those my thoughts that came out loud.
Just problem is the flow meter doesn't produce water.
But it's produced from a well.
Yeah, but the bowls produce flow water. So it's The
So what
measuring
word would
device.
you use?
Dimension display.
It reads the language.
Right, it measures and displays the flow rate and volume produced from the well.
Yeah, just word.
So what, do you have how would you word it to make it more clear?
Well, I would just cut out, just half of that, I mean, that is,
Okay.
yeah. I just make it simple, just the flow meter just reads the volume of water,
Produced from the well,
yeah.
okay. We'll consider it.
Travis? Okay. We're now flipping pages, going to section 20 now, the administrative boundaries section. Okay. One here. The greater. Let me, 1 second, Fred, I'll read through, we're on section 20 now of the rules.
Yeah, I'm looking for that on my sheet. Oh, there it is.
There it is, you got it?
Good,
Okay.
good number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the Greater Hardy Valley Groundwater Area of Concern, or GIVGAC, is defined for administrative purposes and is described and shown in Exhibit 1. The Malheur Lake Basin boundary is delineated on the agency map. 12.6 dated January 1st, 1966, shown in Exhibit 2. The Serious Management Problem Area Swampa boundary is defined as the Harney Basin within the Malheur Lake Basin and within portions of Grant and Harney counties, as shown in Exhibit 2. 3. The groundwater. Is there an issue?
Exhibit 3.
Is there 3, guys? 3.
Keep going.
Thank you. The groundwater classification boundary is defined as the Harney Basin within the Malheur Lake Basin and with portions of Grant and Harney counties as shown in Exhibit 4.
So we had received some comments about changing the term Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern. We do not intend to do that because there is Harney Domestic Well Fund money tied to that specific boundary. And we do not want to invalidate use of those funds. And then all the other boundaries are exactly what we've been talking about over the past few RAC meetings, and you've seen maps and exhibits for those, and we passed some of those out yesterday. They've come out in RAC packet last 3 RAC meetings, I believe. The only thing that may have changed from past RAC meetings to today is the exhibit numbers, as we have merged all the rules together and are aligning our exhibit numbers.
Say that again, you're not gonna change the boundary of the serious water management area because there's funding on domestic.
We're not gonna change the Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern definition, because there's money tied to that definition in statute.
And so on a contested case, is that gonna be pulled up?
No. Because that boundary is only used, is only defined for that specific reason now.
Yep, right.
Just quick comment on, it's kind of along the lines Travis brought up earlier. The boundary of the Harney Basin groundwater reservoir. The language that was used by the Department of USDS and whatnot was to flow for a long time. I just put that out that, we were talking about flow direction and all this stuff kind of as an emphasis, and now we're talking about a reservoir. So it kind of went from a system that's kind of moving to, I have a problem with, as you know, the boundary questions anyway, especially on the critical groundwater area to the south of Malheur Lake and Silver Creek. So I'll leave it at that I have a problem with those boundaries. But the characterization of what we're dealing with.
Do you have a proposed language change, Fred, or
Huh?
do you have a proposed change to the
Well, I think
verbiage?
been discussed, I really. I think
I agree.
I might be a minority, maybe not. I feel like I'm a minority sometimes, but, I would probably leave it as this, where's that here, system is. I just call it a system, 'cause
So I think you jumped ahead the definition to 5. We're
I
not
thought,
there yet.
but I thought your comments included 5 and 6 in what you said, Tim, so I thought I was.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair.
On 5.
So to be clear, we have to define the groundwater reservoir that we're working with per our statutory and Division 10 rule requirements related to a critical groundwater area. We have to define the groundwater reservoir that we are going to apply a critical groundwater area designation to. And so we have defined the groundwater reservoir in that way. And then we're gonna designate a portion of that groundwater reservoir as a critical groundwater area in 6.
So the reservoir term was used in authorizing.
The term is required in order to have all of the pieces of the framework necessary to designate a critical groundwater area. Yes.
Is 6 like stated in reverse? In other words, isn't it the case that the Kearney Basin critical groundwater area is contained within the reservoir?
It is. Well,
Because this seems to say that
yeah,
that part of the give gap is outside of the reservoir.
okay. So what we're trying to say is the Harney Basin critical groundwater area is a portion of the Harney Basin groundwater reservoir. And its boundary is coincident with the give gap boundary shown in exhibit.
Ooh, you should say that, what you just said.
Yeah, what you just said.
Somebody write that, it's on video, we'll go back. We'll go back to tape.
Okay,
Thank you. It's helpful.
any other input on these two definitions? Oh, sorry, boundaries. Boundaries. Okay. Moving on then to section 30, going to our classification. Well, going through the exhibits here just quickly. That's exhibit 1, that's the GIFGAC. That's the Magger Lake Basin, exhibit 2. Classification, you have this in front of you. Keep going. All right.
Oh, before we move on too far, one
Sure.
more time for the record. I don't agree with the southern region being included in the critical groundwater area.
Okay.
And you know that.
Thanks, Rob.
The southern region being below Valhier Lake.
It was defined in regards to.
Yeah, it's defined in that study.
So it'd be the lower, it'd be lower Donner Bliss and voltage and upper Donner.
Okay. And Fish Wildlife Service disagrees with that.
What was that?
Fish and Wildlife disagrees with that.
Thanks, Jess. Any other comments on boundaries?
Great. Classification, section 30 here. Except provided in OER 69512, section 24, the groundwater and surface water of Value Lake Basin are classified for direct appropriations of or storage of surface water and use of water for domestic, livestock, irrigation, municipal, quasi-municipal, industrial mining, agriculture use, commercial power development, forest management, public uses, road watering, dust abatement, and wildlife refuge management.
And to be clear,
But that's the legacy, go ahead.
that's legacy language. We're not intending to change it. Are we moving it from a numbering standpoint?
No, it's section 30. It's section 30.
Right, yeah, so we're not modifying surface water classification in any way.
Yep.
We're not modifying groundwater or surface water classification in this section. We are adding and except as provided in 695-12-24, so that we can then classify groundwater within the classification method. Needs to be two. Did we miss a reference? Yeah, we
We
did.
might have made a reference there, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
We'll get that updated.
Rule
So-
2 here, groundwater and the groundwater classification boundary defined in OAR 695-12-20 should be 2. It's classified for statutory exempt groundwater uses specified in ORS 537.545 and non-consecutive geothermal uses.
I don't have that 537, 545 up. You can quote it, that'd be great.
It was the Groundwater Act, it talked about 50,000 gallons per domestic use and as a part of out, so, half acre non-commercial, half acre, bond, exception 5,000 of commercial, not including irrigation, and then go to the stockwater. We can consider that.
And do we want, like dust abatement for the solar construction?
So here's the problem, and we heard much feedback about building a mitigation program of some sort to allow for new uses. The problem with doing that with an area designated as a critical groundwater area is that a new use gets the most junior water right. And if water rights are being curtailed, starting with the most junior, you would give out a water right and you would immediately curtail it off. So what is the point of doing that, like paying the money to do an application, finding water to mitigate, and then getting a use and immediately having us regulate it off? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. The solution there from our perspective is to do a transfer. Because you have identified water to use for mitigation already.
And it says priority date, unfortunately.
And it carries that priority date.
Correct. Unfortunately, temporary transfer just, I mean, the only thing usually practical, because you can get it in a few months typically. Dr. Bauer has just made it out after 2 years.
Yeah.
But, you can't change character. And so I can't put irrigation water rate and change it, so I have to do a permanent transfer. Anybody want to guess the timeline on permanent transfers? 3 to 5 years. But it doesn't. Okay, it says longer than that. Is that practical? It just seems to me like you have the road projects and solar projects that would just get killed because there's no practical way to get real water.
And I completely agree with you, John, and the challenge we are facing in the department is that temporary transfers cannot change the character of use, and that is defined in statute. And the department is not allowed to change statute, only the legislature is. And so that fix has to happen at a statutory level. And the second piece of that challenge is what I said at the start, which is we have not figured out a way to give that water right legally, the priority date of the mitigation water.
And limited license doesn't allow that.
A limited license is the most junior use in the area, and that is defined in rule or statute, I don't remember which, but it is clear, limited licenses are the most junior, and they don't actually have a priority date. Their priority date becomes the most junior as new uses are brought online.
Let me ask you on that, in other basins of Bakken, well, Deschutes Basin, we have to provide mitigation for a limited license. Any clue if that priority date of mitigation could pass through on a limited license rather than?
A limited license does not have a priority date, period. It cannot receive one. It is the most junior use. That's how it's defined. John, I've spent a lot of time, this is a problem I have been trying to solve, I shouldn't say we as the department have been trying to solve. And we haven't been able to, in an area with an active critical groundwater area, an active curtailment, we haven't been able to figure out how to solve that with the legal structure we have.
It sucks, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It's not just this basin.
And we can have that discussion for 22, as a group.
The one thing though is that you can, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you can petition the commission on a classification issue. And I've seen those go before the commission and been approved, you know, when they were in the public interest, so.
Yeah,
And do you mean that on a case by case basis or in a,
Yeah.
okay,
Exactly. So, you know, if there's like a particularly important thing for the
Right.
community, it can go.
thank you, Lisa.
This might not be the area, but just curious, are we going to limit transfers within subareas only? If does that need to be spelled out?
So as Jason said yesterday, when a transfer is reviewed, the basin program rules do not come into consideration in that transfer review process. And so any language we would add in the basin program rules would have no effect on the evaluation for the transfer. And so we do not believe there's any benefit in adding the language around that in these rules because it would do nothing. The department has said that through internal management directives, we intend to restrict transfers to sub areas, within sub areas.
Let me finish this one. Yeah, so not to be flippant here.
Yeah.
But we are working on 1153, which is a large bill for transfers.
Mhm.
We could add language into that bill that would say transfers need to be evaluated on basic program rule if people are acceptable to that. Honestly, we could add that in before the end of the legislative session, then you could address it.
Is. Sure, yeah, we would have the ability to modify the rules before the.
I
They
asked
go to
the
adoption.
Keys and I get together and maybe review to provide some language that we could also provide with for electricity.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Am I understanding that that would allow transfers within a sub-basin, instead of the same source determination?
I don't know the legal definition, but only allow transfers within designated subareas. My thought process.
Timing of that might be a little tight if we want to get like language into these rules, these basin rules, and that requires 1153 to pass. So just flagging that.
But I mean, if it's listed and not evaluated, it's still being a rule, even if it's not evaluated.
So you're saying stick the sucker in the rules and if 1153
We have
doesn't
90
pass.
days in order for the department to actually rule 1153 is either going to crash or burn.
I mean, our public comment period doesn't end until after, what,
August 7th.
August 7th. So the legislation will have been passed before the end of public comment period, or it will have not passed. Like, the legislation, the final determination on the legislation will have occurred by that point, and we can still change the rules.
Okay.
And we would love to hear public comment on that from anyone interested. If that bill passes and you want us to consider adding language around transfers and restricting them to within the sub-area.
Robert? You're the one that would decide if they're same source, but is that,
So again, I'm gonna point back to, through an internal management directive, we would be telling DART how to evaluate for same source within the critical area sub areas.
thank you.
So if the department makes the determination from a management standpoint that within a sub area, we're gonna consider that same source, then that's what DART looks at, and that's how he makes the evaluation.
Thank you.
Moving on.
I'd like to get back to a quick point on 20. The serious water management plan, problematic boundary. I really feel more comfortable having that as, applying to only groundwater.
So the boundary does not specify what it applies to. What specifies what the serious water management problem area applies to, or the serious water management problem area rules, which I believe are
On back,
Rule 90, further
maybe
on.
we can get the language in there because, you know, it's really problematic if from a legal standpoint, if all of a sudden a lawsuit was filed and surface water was subject to measurement, which is impossible to do in a
So the,
flood irrigation system, it's very expensive.
so the rules specifically state groundwater right.
Okay.
So
Thank
it's, yeah, it's there.
Apologize for not skipping forward.
It's all good.
Okay. Moving on.
Oh, one more call out here. We did remove the below 259 degrees Fahrenheit from classification. So we're just doing and non-consumptive geothermal uses. That way, if for some reason the statute changes in the future and we have higher temperatures that we can evaluate and permit, then we can do that. So it doesn't change our authorities in any way. We're just removing the potential problem of having to rewrite the rules in the future because of the statutory change.
Where's that at?
At the end of Rule 30, Section 2, it says, and non-consumptive geothermal uses. It used to say, and non-consumptive geothermal uses below 259 degrees Fahrenheit. And that is our statutory authority. We cannot authorize geothermal uses at temperatures above 259 degrees Fahrenheit. That's Dogami.
Did you say that?
What?
Did you say that in vain?
No, it kind of came out that way though. That's just one of those acronyms, just like punches.
Just heads up 5 minutes until public comment.
Yeah, can we get through a section before that, or do we need it?
I think we get through one more slide.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to section 41. This was rule 41. This was originally rule 40, but we can't use that number. That's the logistical thing, so we had to make it 41. Yeah. So just
These all kinds of conspiracy theories.
So we can't use rule 40 because in the past, the division 512 has repealed section rule 40, so it's no longer available. So we have to use 41. That is fine.
Please don't ask for any more history because we don't know. It's before our time. Yeah.
I mean, I feel that language would be better if we talked about a dynamic equilibrium of stability. Zach has provided me some definitions of what a well that has not an influence of pumping is in Harney Basin. Zach, am I mind putting you on the spot?
Only a little, Mark. Well, no, Mark is referring back to the Gleason and others paper that describes dynamic stability of groundwater level trends. And in particular, it describes an approach that was very similar to what the department used in the groundwater allocation tool to understand an envelope of background climate-induced variability.
Which means in Harney Basin, it could be very, 3 to 4 inches to 6 inches, either way would still be dynamic stability.
You're looking more like a decadal oscillation. Exactly. So the long term, the groundwater decline rate would be no more than 0 feet per year, but it would be evaluated as an average of multiple years. So it would allow for potential background variability. Right now, we're using 6.
You're using 6 inches?
6 years.
6 years and a send slope of 0.
Okay, so like that box in the screwdriver.
I know. The send slope should even out any background climate variability. That's really the point of that statistic.
As we talked about yesterday, 6 for us was an attempt at a balance between a longer period of time and also having a short enough period that as we come to stability, we're not looking at past declines in our evaluation of where we are now.
On this definition, do we need a reference to the same slope or anything?
So we reference how it's calculated, which is in Rule 80 sub 7. And if you go look at Rule 80 sub 7 really quick, you'll see that we specifically call out send slope and 6 years. So
We're making it hard for online to cover. Can we talk about this? When we get
That would
to
actually find one for you. Yes, 080.
So the reference is Rule 80, Section 7, and it's the second sentence. Will be calculated using the send slope method, using annual high measurements for representative wells, with sufficient data as determined by the department for the 6 years preceding the evaluation. So 6 years of data, send slope, and the rate of decline no more than 0 feet. For that calculation.
So I ahead a little bit, I like that approach. I think 6 years is maybe a little bit short. I think you could consider adding on. Maybe at 10 years, just to have more time to do the trend detection and allow the actual background rate of variability. At the end, by 2058, we should be achieving stability in most of the sub areas anyway. By 2048, incorporating that information, send slope trend analysis.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks for the feedback.
Mark, is your concern around the methodology for calculating it or the term itself?
The term itself.
Yeah.
The term itself, as a layman, when I read that, I'm not, and I know laymen aren't gonna be challenges in the court of law, but it was just.
I mean, no more than 0 feet per year. It says a median groundwater level decline rate, no more than 0 feet per year.
Oh,
Median there referring to a median of well trends in the sub area spatially, or is it referring to a median rate?
so we would take, as I understand it, you wanna explain it?
Yeah, we'll take the send slope for each well with sufficient data in the sub area. Have those values for each well and take the median of that population of data.
Yes, it's a spatial median.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe, I think. I wonder if one of the things that's maybe causing some consternation is just the no more than 0 feet per year in each sub area piece, because that doesn't. Until we get to rule 80, subsection 7, it doesn't really tell you what the window is being described.
Well, the decline rate isn't 0 feet per year, it's 0 feet for 6 years. Right?
0 feet per year assessed over a 6-year period.
Right.
Yeah,
So the send slope assesses the year by year.
yeah. I appreciate that, and we will spend some time looking at that.
Talking about a median peak, spatial median, temporal, pairwise median.
That reflects that natural fluctuation.
Over 6 or 10 years, as Zach has recommended.
Because we've sure seen it.
Okay, anything else on this? rule?
On section 1, I think we're good, yeah? Before we move on to section 2, we'll go to public comment.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, public comment, we'll do public comment and then a short break for our agenda. Anybody in the room like to provide public comment, please raise your hand.
one online.
We got one in person and one online. Please raise your hand virtually and we'll get you lined up. Okay, so we have one in the room here and then Lori O'Connor online, so.
And Chris Hall online as well.
Chris Hall online. Okay, all right, so we'll go online first. Everybody can just hold tight, not take off yet. We'll do online first, then we'll do our in-person. When you begin, please state your name. Try to keep your comment to 2 to 3 minutes. There won't be any responses from the department to your comments. If you ask questions, but we'll capture your feedback and those will be included in the summary. Okay, so Lori O'Connor, you can begin when you're ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is Lori O'Connor, and I am a rural resident in Harney County. I sat in on the collaborative, worked with a group of 4 or 5 people to put together the domestic Stockwell group at the beginning of the process because nobody was even asking the average residents what was going on with water and what they expected from rules and regulations. So that group formed. We had a pretty active group for about 4 years. I think we had up to 20 people taking part in that. Many got active, writing letters, protesting requests for permits, testifying in front of the legislature. Majority of the group just got so frustrated and dropped out. Many lost their wells through that process of 4 to 6 years. Some put new wells in and then had trouble with the new wells too. And some moved away. Many had to give up stock use because there's no way you can haul water for that. So think about what kind of harm that was happening to the citizens in this community that just seemed to get ignored even in this process. I continue to not hear much about how you, the legislature, OWRD, the commercial users of water, who is going to help these residential wells issue. The domestic well grants are a joke, in my opinion. What we wrote initially in the legislative process of 2021 did not have a cap of $10,000. As you all know, $10,000 assistance on putting in a new well does not cover maybe a third of the cost for many of these residents. And once they go that deep, they're also looking at a change in water quality. So that still remains unaddressed for people who invested in property and moved into this community in a rural area and are now seeing a lot of curtailment on their investments and don't know where they'll be in 5 to 10 years. So I still don't hear much about what you're going to do for domestic wells. I don't hear much from the stock well people. I know of no fewer than 4 or 5 wells right around me that have gone dry in the last 5 years. Yeah. So domestic wells are going to also cause huge economic harm to this community. I don't hear anyone really addressing that. It's like it's only agriculture. The very economic advantage that is causing harm to so many is all that we seem to be concerned with. And I resent my local governance and my state governance for still ignoring the average citizens. We also have rights. We did not cause this harm, and yet we're the ones who really are seeing harm done to us. So I want to know what you plan to do. I mean, what's the estimate? How many does anybody have an idea? How many domestic wells are going to go dry in the next 5 to 10 years? Is it dozens? Is it 100? Is it a few hundred? Does anyone really know? Where's that money going to come from? Are you addressing that? You know, it's when we passed this legislation, I mean, it's 2021 legislature, a lot of good-minded citizens got encouraged to get involved and testify and tell the legislature and, you know, the general public what you see and feel and the harm you're expecting from this crazy lack of reasonable allocation. And so we did that. And then when the bill did pass, it seemed like, well, it's a start. Many of us felt it was way too limited to actually save the residential and stock well people out here. It doesn't really address transfers. They go on like crazy. There's unrestricted deepening. You know, there's still people coming in, junior wells, like they're still being allowed to, you know, put in new wells, do more irrigation, even though we're what, 60, 70, 80% over allocated already. And so the domestic well group just sort of collapsed. It was like so futile. So I hope somebody can tell me how many domestic wells they expect to go dry, what they're going to do about it. You know, this was a throw them a little bone, you know, the $500,000 domestic well remediation grant. And then it got capped after it had been proposed to the legislature to $10,000 through a process within OWRD and powerful players, I suppose, because we never intended to cap that. You know, dragging out these enforcement rules and regulations is just harming more people. And it's odd to me that because some of our elected officials, well, within our local government, everybody acts like This water issue is not an economic issue to anyone but the ag users. Some of the very people that forced this legislation through and really worked to get some new regulatory power into OWRD, which should be the case. I mean, if they're supposed to manage to sustainable levels, give them the damn tools, would you please? And some of the very people that helped get that legislation done are now undermining the implementation of that legislation. It seems hugely crazy and ironic and downright unethical. We need these rules and regulations to go into force. We need to address some of the issues that have not even been addressed. There is economic harm lying out here for so many residents. You better get your job done, get these rules in place, and consider more protection for the average citizen and come up with more, remediation for people who did not cause this harm.
Thank you very much, Lori.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I wish there was a stronger voice from domestic wells and the Stockwell people. I don't think anybody wants them at that table.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. That's appreciated. Any questions you asked, again, we won't be able to answer them here, but those have been captured and the department's gonna for consideration. Let's move to our next commenter, Chris Hall online. Again, if possible, try to limit your comments to 2 or 3 minutes and so we can stay on agenda. Chris, whenever you're ready, you can begin speaking.
Oh, great. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, everybody, for the opportunity to provide public comments. This will be short. I just have actually one comment at this time. It's referencing the definitions in 690, 512, 0010 definitions, and it's the sub definition for sub area number 7. It states that sub area means a portion of the critical groundwater area defined for administrative purposes. And this may seem like a small thing, but it's not. And so I want to make sure that this is articulated clearly. There is a difference between administrative purposes, as the definition refers to, and being defined administratively for purposes of implementing corrective control orders, which is the only purpose allowed as outlined in OAR 690, Division 10, and subsection 0130, and that's titled Additional Requirements for Critical Groundwater Area Rulemaking Process. And subsection 3C states, quote, additionally, and to the extent that subareas are wholly contained within a designated critical groundwater area, they must be defined to allow for implementation of corrective control provisions. And to the extent that they must be defined for corrective control provisions, these sub-area boundaries will be reasonably inferred or ascertained under 0130 subsection 3A or 3B. And notably, 3B refers to administratively defining those boundaries. Sub-areas exist for the purpose of setting PTWs in order to allot water to senior water right holders in each sub-area until the PTW for each sub-area has been met and all other junior water right holders are regulated off. Sub-areas cannot have been administratively defined for any other purposes, which I will discuss in written comments later, specifically voluntary agreements, which is really why those sub-areas were gerrymandered down from 15 to 7 sub-areas in the first place. So this sub-definition number 7 needs to be corrected, and if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we have one commenter in the room. Go right ahead. State your name.
My name is Mario Petrilli. I'm a local resident. I'm a bit confused, and we haven't gone through the entire process as far as the RAC modifications. But on the very first slide, I noticed that adaptive management has been struck. My question is, when it comes to sub-rule 5120080, which is adaptive management, or purportedly is that language also struck?
No.
Okay, so I'm not sure why the 0010 rule, I can't remember which one, says has adaptive management struck. And it's more structured for the state to actually manage it. The other question I have is, this is an RAC, it has to be good from the get-go. Let me get my glasses out. Also on 0010, it states that the HEM analysis comes from the USGS. It doesn't. It comes from OSU. It comes from the AGU at OSU. Now, there are elements in it that come from the USGS through studies in 2020 and 2022. But the actual HEM comes from Jekyll and the Oregon State University Agricultural University. So instead of saying USGS, although the data is based on that, the data is actually coming from OSU, in which part the state paid for. There's another one about when it comes to the designation of critical areas or areas of concern. In two of them, I'll call it codes. It says inclusive as far as the Harney Basin and the Harney watershed, inclusive of Branson and Harney County. Actually, the Harney County should be Malheur County because 1.3, 1.8 miles of the basin is actually in Malheur County. So I would strike Harney and just say Grant and Malheur County. The other thing I noticed was in two other divisions, sub areas are being stricken. You're looking at this as total aquifer. I thought we established a long time ago that the Harney Basin isn't just one aquifer, but a series of various other ones that are connected. They're co-adjacent with it else. But it sounds like the rules are going to take the entire total, what it assumes the basin reservoir is, instead of dividing it into sub-basins, where some basins will be improving and some areas won't be as well as improving. There it is. So I have a problem with striking sub areas because that's what the concept we were working on as far as dividing up the basin into workable administrative areas. And what I'm seeing in the language now is those sub areas are being stricken, you're considering the entire basin as far as rulemaking. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's see, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. It's 10:15, so we'll come back at 10:25 and pick up where we left off on the draft ruling.
Folks, I've also prepared a game county rule estimate section, the economic impact
Yeah. Okay, let's get started again. So this has been, we've had some really good dialogue and good conversation that I think's been helpful for everyone as far as kind of information sharing and understanding, which is great, which is, you know, this is a good forum for that. However, we do have a lot of sections to get through, so let's try to, maybe try to reorient a little on the goal of providing feedback relevant to the section. And department will capture it, and then we move on to the next section. And then maybe if there's room to have more dialogue, we will.
Can we go back to definitions then?
Been defined. Okay. Where we left off, Kelly.
Before we read this section, this is a brand new section. We added it, last night after some consideration around comments we heard about data and data collection in the basin. So the intent of this section was to ensure that over the 30-year period, we have, as much data as possible to be able to monitor the changes in groundwater levels over time and to use that data for adaptive management. It also, similar to, you know, comments Fred and others have made about data ownership, would ensure that water right holders are invested in providing data to the department for evaluation in our overall basin-wide management. On one key risk that we face with relying only on permit condition required water levels is that most permit conditions were not added to water rights until the 1990s at the earliest. And so most of the water rights that are required to report water level measurements are likely to be the most junior users. They're the most likely to be regulated under this. And we are assuming that users who are regulated off will stop taking measurements and submitting them to the department because they have no financial incentive to do so, and it will cost money to do so. And so our quantity of wells with permit condition water level conditions reporting data are likely to decrease the number of them over the 30-year period as curtailment is implemented. So we've added section 2 here with a number of a number of paragraphs under it, specifying that for each water right, a well owner, well operator, or the groundwater right holder must have a water level measurement taken for at least one point of appropriation for each water right. There are 670 water rights in the basin today, based on my last count. So that would be, we would get 670 water level measurements at a minimum from this requirement. And they would be from a well chosen by the water right holder, and then submitted. So I wanted to point that out. This is last minute rule change. This is a pretty substantial addition. And so I want us to keep that in mind as we talk about it, that we are not, I won't use the term married, but we are not 100% sure that we want to carry this forward because of the additional burden that it, you know, puts on water right holders. So we would love your feedback on this, and we'd like to dive into that here.
You said 670 is water right.
That is groundwater rights. Because that is not wells, no.
Now, my question.
Sure, I heard it.
I thought we were told that there were 670 water right holders.
No, water rights, groundwater rights, 670. There are likely significantly less water right holders than that. Because many people have more than one water right.
So for example, you take a water right, it has multiple wells.
Pick your best one.
Well, I know, you know, I want this to be a success as much as you do, because I don't want to spend the rest of my life doing this. Like how, I mean, in your mind, how does that work?
So if you have multiple wells on a water right, what?
Can we read the language first?
Sure.
And then we'll start
We'll
the
describe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay, it's okay, yeah.
And I thought Louis saw your hand, but yeah, maybe
Go
we'll take
ahead,
a look
let's
at it.
work through the language first.
And just real quick, because a few people came late that missed my spiel here a second ago. We got a lot of sections to get through, so to the degree possible, try to provide those types of comments that are, I like this, or I would change that. And keep the focus on the rule language, so we can hopefully, we will get through all these sections today, of which we have a lot.
Okay, so section 2 here, beginning in 2028 and each year thereafter, for each valid water right, the groundwater right holder, well owner, or well operator shall take a static water level measurement and report the measurement to the department. Just gonna read through all the subsections. So subsection A, the initial 2028 static water level measurement shall be taken in the month of March at a single well listed as an authorized point of appropriation under each water right. Section B, the static water level measurement each year thereafter shall be made in the month of March at the same well as the initial static water level measurement, unless the change in well has been previously approved by the department. C, the static water level measurement shall be made by a certified water rights examiner, registered professional geologist, registered professional engineer, licensed land surveyor, licensed well constructor, pump installer, licensed by the construction contractors board or department staff. D, the static water level measurement shall be made with equipment that is accurate to the standards specified in OAR 690, Division 217, Section 45, Rule 45. The static water level measurement shall be promptly submitted to the department with 30 days of measurement using forms provided by or specified to the department. F, a static water level measurement will be considered properly reported if the submission includes all required information. And then G, failure to submit static water level measurements will result in the water master regulating off use under the water right until a subsequent March measurement has been taken and submitted to the department. Okay, open the floor.
So basically, you're adding another cost to the users again. Because to hire someone to come measure your wells can run from 150 to 250 bucks a week. Okay. Who's gonna pay for that? Is the department gonna pay for that? Because, you know, now we have meters, okay, which we're gonna get all the money last up to 75% back on, okay? But put one in the other day and it's a $4,000 bill, so it's $1,000 out of my pocket. Now you're putting more, I agree with this, I think it should be done, but maybe we do some kind of a course with your water master to go out and teach me how to read my own wells. Because keep adding these costs on to everyone it's unsustainable.
So allow measurement by a broader group of people that
Well,
doesn't cost money. potentially.
It would make sense for Dally to put on a course or somebody here, put on a course. Here's how you go measure your well. You're gonna have to have an E-tape or something that works, okay? I have my own E-tape. I measure my own wells, but I'm not qualified.
Right.
According to this.
Right.
So it needs to be broader that. And I'm totally in agreement with it. Just don't throw more costs on top of it. It's all about cost of it.
Got it. Thanks, Louis.
And I just want to make sure I understood you earlier as far as describing this. You said that, oh, this is getting added because junior rights regulated off won't be given theirs anymore, so this just gives us a bigger pool. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
All on board. Thank you.
Going for a bigger pool of wells.
So to add to that, as long as all that information, once it's being reported and documented, has got to be able to show up within the trends. I have 10 wells, okay? through, basically all through the facilities in different areas within the facility unit. But it's gonna show from what I've been doing the last 5 years, it's showing my trends are coming up in my particular areas, my particular wells.
Right.
The information that you gather is gonna go into the trend.
Right.
Right.
That's the intent.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm 100%, I agree with that 100%.
Zach and then Rob.
My understanding of the trend analysis is that it requires representative wells or wells that are determined to be representative to assess the trend, right?
Yes.
Is it true that if, well, I can envision a case where somebody with multiple wells does not select a necessarily representative well to incorporate into trend analyses. In which case, I think like that might not be true, that the department would incorporate all of the landowner measurements into the trend analysis. Am I reading that correctly?
There would be an evaluation of the water level data available to us.
Yeah.
To determine if that data is representative,
Okay.
if the data quality is sufficient. And any wells, any data for those wells that meet those standards will be included in the analysis. If I see a water level measurement that I know there's a history of turbine oil in that well, all of a sudden this marsh static is 50 feet lower than I know that it should be based on previous data. And I highly suspect that they didn't know there was turbine oil in there. I'm not going to use that data, and I don't think anybody would want us to use that data. So that's one example of a situation where we might not consider that particular data point representative.
Yeah, data quality becomes really important. And the reason for the restriction to these specific licensed individuals is to try to get at that quality.
Rob and then Mark.
How long have static water level conditions been part of the certificate language? Because I've looked back through several of the recent ones, and this is already required the permittee. So how many, do you have an estimate of how many people have it even affect, or were they doing that? Have they been doing that since the 70s, you know?
No, it's the 90s at the very earliest.
Also, I thought it was interesting when it talked about an observation well, it says that it has to be put into the same aquifer as the irrigation well, which we believe there are different aquifers, but.
That's general statewide language that's used for those conditions.
Yeah, to be clear, that language is not in these rules. That language is what goes on water rights as a condition of the water right. And in parts of the state, there are multiple aquifers.
Thank you, Mark.
I have a little concern with this. One, Dart, to some of your points of the data quality. I mean, does the first time it's measured in 28, the measure, are we looking at turbine oil? I mean, I do believe that the ones in the groundwater study, you know, were GPS for groundwater elevation so that we can make sure we were asked for the quality of that study. And we're gonna be regulated. Some basins. I mean, what's it? We're really looking at this much water level decline accepted. And if we're off an inch or two, and then we have a different certified water right for the person to come out, and then the onus is on you to say, well, I'm not sure that's correct, and you have no history on that well itself. I've completely tricked you, Dark, when you've gone out, you've done the measurements, Jerry's done the measurements, you understand that well. But we're switching off different measures for different wells. I think we get a lot of noise. And I think we're trying to explain to the community why your well was excluded. Is it went up 4 inches? Why your well was included because it went down. So I just think there's a lot of ambiguity on too much information with not a basis of record to start in 2020. I like the observation well set. I like the central well set. I think everybody has some comfort. These are the wells are going to use. These are the wells that have developed quality metrics. This is where I'm going to go.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mark. That is a definite concern with adding this much data that we don't have good quality control on. Right? Because if the measuring point changes, right? Like they can change where they measure to.
And those were all GPS, I mean,
yeah,
that's what Nat's asking, I mean, we've all been with, not all, some of us have been with people and measure, where did you measure last time? I'm here.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I'm not with them and Sam's with them, where did you measure last time? Well, someplace in here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it's just honest.
Yeah.
Good comment. Andy?
So back to the multiple well. Then you got one that's drilled in the eighties and then the other one's drilled in 2000. There's huge differences in those old wells. You know what I mean? They don't. The construction of them is much different than the construction of a late model well. And the recoveries and things like that are different. So how do you handle that? I mean, what's your plan?
Yeah, so remember, for what we're gonna be looking at this data for specifically in this rule set is relative to that initial 2028 measurement. So as long as we're getting a true static water level measurement that represents a spring high water level, then we can begin to compare that from year to year against 2028. And those types of issues with, is it recovering from a pumping cycle shouldn't be a factor if it's truly a static water level. And that's the hope.
So
That's the
then,
intent.
so I have to broaden the question. So when you do your study and, you guys drew the line and over here, this is North Crane, we're just gonna pick on me. This is North Crane now. Are you gonna do that study in that sub area?
I'm not.
And how many wells are you gonna use in that, to create your graphs that you make, whether we're going up and down? Are you gonna do that in that line, or stay in that sub area and then have a Sylvie sub area? And so you're not gonna have, now we're not gonna go back to the basin. You're just gonna use the sub area.
So for the adaptive management under Rule 80, it's sub area by sub area. And what this section is talking about is really how much data do we have access to make that adaptive management checkpoint evaluation.
And that's my question to you. So how many wells do you have to use in that sub area to have, good data?
So the way the envelopes were generated from the model is the statistic based on all well cells in the model. So I would say the more data we have, the better we can represent the conditions across that sub area.
So you're not just gonna use the cells that were used in the model?
No.
Do we just remember that in a model, we take all of the wells that exist in that cell and we put them in the middle of that cell as one well. And so that cell could have multiple wells in it, right? So a cell is 2,000 feet by 2,000 feet. So if you have more than one well within 2,000 feet of each other, they're considered one well in the model, right? So that's a confounding factor.
Brenda?
So this isn't really my world, but I'm just. Some of the language that's here now, so there's a set of people that need to be measuring. And there was the month of March, and I know that there's a lot of bottlenecks around engineers, so it's like, are there people that could do that in the month of March? And can something be said in the rules so that it doesn't just have to be March? If for some reason wells are covered in water for the month of March, or there's, there's not those people available to do that.
We can consider expanding that. I will say, I've been out taking static water level measurements this month and already, especially in my recorder well where we're taking hourly measurements, I can see that the pumping impacts from the irrigation wells already having been turned on are expressed in the water levels in that well. So we certainly don't want to extend
It's
it.
a physical month of March. I'm not saying whether it's the right month or the wrong month, but can all of that be done given the conditions that, of the weather for that month? I'm not saying it's right or wrong in terms of the month. I'm just saying it's only 30 days.
I think that's a legitimate question.
Can you even get it done?
Yeah, right.
With the right number of people and at that time?
Yeah, that's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's a valid question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach, and then, Travis.
Travis, you have multiple.
Well, the previous rules was March 1st. So it looks like they're giving us basically the whole month of March now to read. So.
There's already, all of March, isn't it?
So that matches what the requirements are for the wells that already have to be measured.
Yeah, that's right.
Where you're going.
We pulled this
So that
language
you have-
Yeah,
from the permit condition
I
language.
guess it's just like, it's done in March unless the department gives you a extension or something, right?
Like a written request to the department.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
I mean,
all.
the risk, there is a risk there that if pumps have turned on, water levels are not actually representative of static conditions, they're representative of pumping conditions, and then based on our adaptive management, that could lead to additional curtailment, which is a concern.
All I'm saying is that when we have those real strong specificity in the rules, if something happens, how do you get out of it?
Yeah.
I'm not,
Yep.
I'm not making.
There's gonna be valid situations where you just can't.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So let's, we got Zach, Fred, John, a lot of people have comment, okay, not Fred, so we got some comments here, let's try, maybe we try to reorient folk, I think we got some good feedback that they can chew on. If there's any other specific, hey, this would help language type comments.
So I'm not done. I have one more question. Sorry.
That's okay.
Everything's put a pin in it. Where does the monitoring wells play a role in your sub area?
We will be using the data from the monitoring wells, from the permit condition monitoring wells in the evaluation that we'll be talking about in Rule 80, which is adaptive management.
Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
then I'll wait till Rule 80.
Okay, Zach and John,
Dart, probably comment, I guess I'm curious if we've had like this high water, I don't know, does it go over some of these wells, like this March or whatever? Because if somebody is gonna get shut off for a year because they didn't get their static measurement, what? Is it always possible? I guess that's what
So
I'm
you're
asking.
kind of paralleling Brenda's comments.
Kind of
Yeah, and
similar,
we're catching
I'm not
that.
sure,
I think it's
especially
valid.
because the consequences are they're regulated off, you've been right here long enough, is that a real concern or not?
Yeah,
We're hearing that, and I
Yeah.
think it's very valid to consider.
We'll need to address what if there's no access to the well for some reason.
What we did is took a picture and sent it in with all the other reporting. We had one well, we couldn't, the water was that deep and you couldn't.
Yeah.
We sent the picture with the reporting. And before we turned on, we finally got it measured.
I know a couple, some guys, they were up 3 feet of water.
okay,
To the well.
I think they're recognizing the challenges, so we got that, Zach, go ahead.
Observation, I think this is a pretty big change, and I think that's what the RAC is dealing with trying to right size this on the last day of the committee. So my specific suggestion is, instead of this much more sweeping change that's being proposed that requires every water right holder for every water right to measure static water level in one well, I'd recommend kind of making this shorter and changing the approach to the department has the authority to request a water right holder to measure a well as needed or something. So instead of saying every single of the 673, whatever it was, water rights have to choose a well, maybe you guys just say, hey, these are some key wells that you'd like to have monitored, and the rules give you the authority to reach out to those specific landowners or water right holders.
So we get to pick on people.
The word like the equity piece there.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think so because I don't think the first well is.
Well, it's a comment,
Pick the
so.
best wells, Travis.
I guess, yeah, it feels like a big thing to ask with the potential cost of being regulated off if this isn't reported. Yeah, with the supplement.
So do you feel like you got some comments you can work with, and then as the next draft comes out, the former participants of the RAC can then look and see what, provide some additional comment in the public process.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got a lot to consider there. I think Larissa had a comment.
Yeah, I just kind of overall this because we were talking about representative wells, and we've established a set of representative wells, but we were afraid that if they were a junior right, we'd lose them. So what if somewhere in the statute is, once we've established these representative wells, even if it becomes a junior, then maybe that water right that water right holder isn't responsible to do it, but maybe now that falls on the department, because they're already coming out and doing quarterly anyways. So it would be a task that you guys would have to take on to keep up our representative well data strong.
I appreciate that suggestion. It feels like it could be a good balance of what Zach proposed, and it doesn't cause us to have, like, to pick out water wells that haven't already been measured, and we could rely on the permit conditions until we lose access to them, and then we could give ourselves the authority to go out and get measurements in those wells if we need them for the adaptive management piece. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. Okay, Kelly, next slide.
Brian, that makes sense. Okay. On to rule number 3, 4, and 5, section 41 here. So a review of the Harney Basin critical groundwater area rules shall be completed once every 3 years. The review shall be presented at a public meeting held within the basin, in which written and open public comment shall be accepted. The review and summary of the public comments received shall then be presented at the commission meeting, which has been publicly noticed and provides opportunity for public comment. 4, a review of the conditions in the Harney Basin critical groundwater area shall be completed no less frequently than once every 10 years, and the findings reported at a commission meeting, which has been publicly noticed and provides opportunity for public comment. Except as defined in Rule 690, 51232, classification, the department will not accept new applications for groundwater permits with the Harney Basin critical groundwater area.
So we've received a lot of feedback about more public engagement around water level trends and our analyses, and that it should not be up to the people of the Harney Basin to track when a commission meeting is occurring and when the presentation on the critical area is going to be presented. And so we added language specifically to state that we'll hold a public meeting in the basin ahead of that commission meeting. We'll provide the data and information. We'll take in oral and written feedback, and then we'll bring all that to the commission and present to the commission along with that feedback. And then members of the community will also have the opportunity to testify or to public comment at the commission meeting. So that was the key change here in section 3.
Okay, any comments regarding that? What's this? Where's it?
And for doing the, suggest adding that once every 10 years, you also do a public meeting before it's presented to the commissioner.
I would second that. Hopefully that they would have wanted with 3, that you, I mean, it's, you would commission at 9 years, with 3 interviews along.
Okay, noted. Any other comments on this rule? Yeah.
So part 5, groundwater and the groundwater classification boundary is defined, blah, blah, blah. It classifies statutory exempt groundwater uses. We worked through this in some other legislation we were doing, that if there was a permit that would actually go for the remediation of groundwater, artificial recharge and things like that, that it should be accepted. So maybe may not accept new application for groundwater permits instead of will not. These are might be a permit to speak for groundwater for the remediation of groundwater in the basin.
Okay, so what about AR and ASR?
Right, I mean, it's permissive, the department can, but they don't have to at every time. Change the wording for ASR and AR, so.
Yep. We got
And I
that.
think, like, the heat pump for geothermal stuff, so it's non-consumptive.
Yep.
But.
And that's what's called out in the classification language with non-consumptive geothermal.
No, I mean, I don't think you can have exceptions here that aren't in the classification though. that's what you're suggesting.
So the AR and ASR. AR requires a surface water right. And then it does require a new groundwater right to be issued in order to reclaim that water. So we're gonna have to look at that piece. ASR does not require a new groundwater right. So I'll have to dig into that one.
And in House Bill 3342, we are giving the department the ability to comply with classified areas already, so we are keeping things back.
To do what?
What's it? In House Bill 3342, we are giving the department the greatest authority to deny groundwater applications in classified areas. Because right now they have to process it, even if it's not available, you have processes, given that we're thinking that statewide, if they have the ability just to say, we're not taking your money, no. They don't, it's not a shall, it's a permissible.
Yeah, we'll look at that. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, moving on. Rule 6 here, the Hardy Basin critical ground area defined in section 695-12. Rule 20, section 5 shall be divided into 7 sub-areas for the purposes of management as shown in exhibit 6. The Dog Mountain sub-area is shown in exhibit 7. The Lower Blitzen Vulture sub-area is shown in exhibit 8. The Northeast Crane sub-area is shown in exhibit 9. The Silver Creek sub-area is shown in exhibit 10. The Sylvie sub-area is shown in exhibit 11. The Upper Blitzen sub-area is shown in exhibit 12, and the Weaver Springs sub-area is shown in exhibit 13.
No changes this section.
Oops, so these are the sub-area boundaries we've been talking about since we introduced the 7 sub-area concepts. 5 racks, 4 racks. The racks all blend together for me, I'm sorry. But the maps have not changed in the last 3 rack package.
Could I see Dog Mountain real quick? Just stay on Dog Mountain.
This is not in the PowerPoint presentation.
We now have that in a packet, with that information, folks.
It was not printed.
There it is. Thank you.
All right, on to section 50. Okay, we've had this internal argument. I like it. Rule 50.
Section 1.
The permissible total withdrawal for Dog Mountain sub-area shall be 4,200 acre feet per year. You got me all wild, Tim.
Sorry.
The permissible total withdrawal for the Lower Blitzen voltage sub-area shall be 8,300 acre feet per year. The permissible total withdrawal for the Northeast Crane sub-area shall be 35,000 acre feet per year. The permissible total withdrawal for Silver Creek sub-area shall be 15,200 acre feet per year. The permissible total withdrawal for the Sylvie sub-area shall be 21,200 acre feet per year. The permissible total withdrawal for Upper Blitzen sub-area shall be 76 acre feet per year, and the permissible total withdrawal for Weaver Springs sub-area shall be 4,800 acre feet per year.
All right, so there's no changes here. This is still the department's proposed PTWs. As we talked about yesterday, there were questions about potentially changing the PTWs for Lower Blitzen voltage and Northeast Crane. So having more curtailment in Northeast Crane, less curtailment in Lower Blitzen voltage, and increasing the overall curtailment for the basin by about 2,000 acre feet. People thought about that, and do they have any thoughts on that specifically? Mark?
Yeah, I do, I appreciate that. Because I mean, the toughest thing for us to go to explain to the community is besides Weaver Springs, Lower Donner Blitzen has the highest proposed reduction. And it's only declined. It's only declined in average by. So I do appreciate that consideration. I do know that the optimization model was to try to give the most, and this has a 2,000 acre feet potential difference, but I appreciate it.
So you appreciate us looking at it. Is there a suggestion there?
I mean, if the trade-off's 2,000 acre feet and it seems to be it would pass the smell test better, or the red face test, if the reductions in lower Donner Blitzen or more of what the decline is.
So my only question, and this really is a question, is, I know Laura Blitzen's been really sensitive to pumping impacts on discharge to springs and streams, and obviously we get the refuge there, and it's a very important area, and so I mean, it is a lower, level reduction, but I'm just still concerned about, that we don't really know the impact of moving that curtailment to Northeast Crane on the GDPs down there. That's concerning.
As the department, I know you preliminarily did the models, and when we looked at the graphs of the lower Donner Blitzen, if we hit 50%, we came over to 58 total water drop 6 inches. As the department modeled those graphs to see if there's a significant difference in the water level 0 to 8 months.
It's a 6-inch. Been modeled 6 inches.
That's what, if I remember correctly, the graph that you showed, in 2058, lower Donner Blitzen, if we hit 50, gonna mean that stability, the total amount of water drop from 2020 to 2050 is 6 inches.
Yeah, so what I will commit to is we'll put together figures similar to what we've reviewed in previous RAC meetings, and we will distribute it to this group. So that you all can have that information available to use in public comment to make suggestions around this. We will move forward with the department's proposal. And we will take public comment on the possible change. And in that document where we provide the results, we will make clear what the change would mean in acre feet and in reductions to Lower Blitzen and to Crane. And we will include both the ET changes and the natural discharge to streams and springs changes. And the groundwater levels.
Clarity there, you said you're gonna move forward with this proposal, but still open to feedback once you provide us that stuff.
During the public comment period, we will we'll consider all public comment. On this issue specifically, I think we are, as the department, are still open to potentially adjusting the PTWs for Lower Blitzen voltage and for Northeast Crane. Based on feedback we receive and then our own internal analysis of the data, so. We're gonna need to put that together for ourselves, so I'm happy to distribute that to this group as well.
Yeah, just to be clear though, right, like, once we notice this, there's no more back and forth with the RAC other than they can submit public comment. So if we're considering something during the public comment period, it has to be shared with the public as well. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yep, we're not having RAC 15.
This
is RAC 15, Mark.
15.1.
I'm looking forward to RAC 18.
Okay, let's get through this.
Backwards,
All right, let's go to Jess here.
Okay, so on that topic, I guess want to restate past conversations that we've had in previous meetings, that there has been a lot of development in lower voltage that is not covered in the model since 2018. So it's really difficult to understand lacking that data moving forward with an alternative plan. So that would need, I would think, to be incorporated before consideration.
Okay. Thanks for that comment.
The model though doesn't look at the development that went in there past 2018, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The model is calibrated to up to 2018.
And a lot of those transfers just that went in there will probably be shut off because the priority date in Weaver Springs. So a lot of it won't be seen, more than likely will get shut off.
I can't speak to that. We haven't done the analysis.
I'll ask Jason too. Jason?
I'm gonna agree with you, Mark, then.
Yes.
I would speculate you're correct.
Just a point of reference on that, little different twist is Sawdell Springs, as I understand it, is a very important main to the area for us and all that, but it's an objective, you know, we hope that flow comes again. There's probably a little disagreement between Jess and I on the cause. I fluctuate on that, but it's one of those things that on these springs, some of the springs that have been concerned people are way above any pumping area for pivots, okay? So it gets a little mixed up when you look at climate and precipitation, over a period of time, which is an important element of this specific rule, but, cause I think the Sundown Spring is gonna start to flow again a little bit this fall, but my point is, Jess, how do we measure that? Some springs you can measure, and as I understand from you and Travis and everybody, it's pretty hard to measure sawdowns. Like, cause down there where the spring comes in, there's just a lot of water right now. And so is there a way to look at, cause it's not a part of the rule, but it's part of the issue that we agree with. Anyway, I'm just pointing out that, and it has to do with springs and the comments in the rule that you have made, that it can be important, but if it's not measurable, it's really difficult to deal with it from our standpoint. I have the objective, probably the same one as Jess, of having water in the soil spring, but because of the way it comes into the Niagara Lake, it's really difficult. Because it's right next to the Bletchley River coming in, right? Anyway, you got any comment? I'm sorry to detract from this room.
It's okay. Yeah, we just wanted, yeah, got a lot to get through. So yeah, good discussion, but trying to orient towards the rule language would be helpful. Okay.
Sorry.
That's right. It's all right. Oh, yeah.
One more question.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Larson.
I'm just gonna put it out there again, we all know, I think there's 3 sub areas that the ETW regulations are over regulating. Put it out there, I think it's Lower Blitzen, Voltage, Silver Creek and Sylvies. I think the number ETWs are over regulating those areas. It's hard for me to see, much regulation when you run your model runs. This is from your data, your best available data, your model runs predict that in 80 years, Dog Mountain will drop 15 feet, which equals 0.19 feet a year. That's considered critical and not sustainable, according to your rules. The Lower Blitzen voltage will drop 18.4 feet in 80 years, which calculates down to 0.2 feet, 0.23 feet a year. Northeast Crane, if you do the same thing, 0.6 a year. Silver Creek, 0.17. Sylvie's 0.07 a year, doing the model runs. So to me, those are sustainable. For most of those are sustainable numbers. We can't even measure to a 0.07 a year and be accurate, but we're considering those areas critical. Anywhere else in the state, you wouldn't even look at those people. You'd be like, pump baby pump, because that would not even be considered critical or detrimental or anything. Your new regulations that you put in this last fall are up to what the state thinks is allowable water use, which is 0.6 inches a year of decline with the 25-foot conditions. So I'm still saying, you look at the numbers, why are we not sustainable at 0.1, 0.2? But the rest of the state is sustainable if they drop 0.6 a year. So I'm just keep going back to that it doesn't sit well with me when you put those numbers in. They just don't. They don't scream critical. They don't scream critical.
Thanks for the feedback.
Okay, yeah, definitely, we've captured that. Let's. On track it.
All right,
Hey,
section
can
60.
I'm sorry, can we go back? I know it's from the public, but I think it's a clarifying question. So maybe if you don't mind, a question from Lori O'Connor. Kelly, if you could read it. And I'm thinking maybe Dark or Tim could answer it, hopefully.
So I'm gonna say, we've already addressed that, in multiple RAC meetings.
Can you read the question? Because if we're sharing it, yeah.
The question is,
Are we allowing public
yeah,
comment during this?
yeah, like,
We're not.
we have already addressed how water moves and recharge moves between subareas. We addressed that in past RAC meetings. I would refer people back to those. They can either watch the recording, they can look at the PowerPoint, and that will answer that question as to how recharge moves between subareas and which subareas supply water to what other subareas.
Okay, yeah, moving forward, we have a public comment at 2:20, so we'll provide that opportunity then. Okay. Got it.
All right, section 60, termination of the initial allotment for all groundwater rights. Section 1, to establish a schedule for reductions in groundwater use, the department will determine an initial allotment for each groundwater right within the critical groundwater area, which will be implemented through an order after completion of the contested case process. As required in OAR 690-10, the initial allotment shall not exceed the total duty authorized on the water right. Q, and then we'll take comments. And determining the initial allotment for each groundwater right with an irrigation use, the department will use a duty of 2.5 acre feet per year, per acre for primary groundwater rights. Use a duty of 1.25 acre feet per acre for supplemental rights, and consider the beneficial use in the 6-year period from 2020 to 2025 when identifying the number of acres that will be allotted water.
A is kind of a gut shot at the 11th hour when we were all talking about 2.7. We're talking about 2.5. And then from Blackburn's comments yesterday, you're using a rate of duty, 1.25 acre feet. That's not where we were going with that conversation. Because you got a drought year, you're gonna use all that's allotted. In some years you're not, and if you put in a rule, then you tie our hands and supplemental rights are tied to 1.25. That's not right.
Alright, so you'd like to see 2.7 still, and
2.7,
for both.
it works for Mark to use 2.5 or 2.1 or whatever his numbers is, but if you're a flood irrigator, you're gonna use pretty much up to your own amount. But with that in point, we're also recharging ground by flooding. There's a certain percentage, a fairly high percentage, that we're putting the water back into the ground. So we don't get credit for that. So we need to be able to be allotted part of full account.
Right.
When you're flooding.
So,
Because you got two different scenarios, depending on the type of application that you're using to irrigate water, is where that boils down to.
right, so just to be clear, our intent was this 1.25 for supplemental would only apply to the supplemental portion of the right. Your surface water right wouldn't be restricted to 1.25. Which I understand in a dry year means that you don't have the 2.5
But
or
if you put in a
2.7.
rule, then,
Yeah.
then you've already covered it here.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So I
Understood.
totally disagree with that.
Okay.
I mean, that came up yesterday, and it was for an example that in points in time, as in, when we have a high water year like we've had, that we're gonna use less, so we're voluntarily using less water. Don't put it in the rule.
Okay.
Give us our water, amount of water, and the 2.7 is kind of where flood irrigators are gonna need to have
Okay,
the total amount of duty.
alright,
Because right now, you do the math on that, at the 2.7, we're taking 10% off. You go to 2.5, now you're up to 17% before we get out the gate.
yep,
Doesn't work for a flood irrigator.
gotcha. Hear you loud and clear.
Zach.
I'll just say, I understand the intent of the rules. Can you talk a little bit more? Can you remind us, Tim, how many acres of supplemental there are and why you have selected 1.25 acre feet per acre for that?
Yeah, so Beamer and Hoskinson did in their analysis, I believe it was about 15,000 acre feet, sorry. Let me use the right term, start over. Beamer and Hoskinson identified about 15,000 acres of supplemental groundwater right. I ran some numbers yesterday. It's a very cursory look at water right data. There is at least 11,000 acres of supplemental in the basin. I wasn't able to parse out. There's another 20,000 acres that is marked as both primary and supplemental. So there's two uses on the right. There's two different separate acreages on it. One is primary, one is supplemental. And I wasn't able to parse that out in a timely manner for this process. So there's another 20,000 acres. I'm gonna say that Beamer and Hoskinson, because they also looked at water right data, is likely really close on the supplemental. So there's probably about 15,000 acres of supplemental right out there. If the supplementals prove to be the most senior, then the supplemental users are going to get allotted water out of that 2.7, and that decreases the number of junior primary rights that will get allotted water in this process. Well, they'll get allotted the water, but then they will be more likely to be curtailed off. And so in a wet year, a senior supplemental water right holder will have 2.7 acre feet and not need to use the full 2.7, while a junior primary right holder is completely regulated off. Now, in a dry year, the supplemental water right holder is then able to continue irrigating at their full duty. I shouldn't say full duty, at the 2.7 acre feet that we've specified here, to make it through that dry year without any surface water, should surface water not be available. So there's a trade-off here. I am not, as we discussed it last night, we wanted to present something to dig into this supplemental versus primary challenge and get feedback. And I really appreciate Louis' very specific feedback about the primary versus supplemental challenge. Does that get at what you're talking about?
Perfect, thank you. And so, if we're talking about 15,000-ish supplemental rights, 50,000 acres of supplemental rights, then at 2.7 acre feet per acre, that's like 40,500 total acre feet of the PTW could be going to senior supplemental rights rather than primary groundwater rights. If it's 2.5, if we use 2.5 number for 2.5 acre feet per acre, it's 37,500 acre feet of PTW total could be going to senior supplemental water right holders rather than primary groundwater right holders. I'm not going to take a position here. That's not Nature Conservancy's job, but I wanted to illustrate what that trade-off looks like, because I think it's important for the community to understand which water uses should be prioritized and when. And is it more important to prioritize the primary groundwater right holders or the more senior supplemental groundwater right holders? So I just wanted to lay that out there.
Larissa.
Very complicated, this supplemental, primary, all that, because when the basin started developing, it was primary surface water. And as people started converting to irrigation, say pivots, they then said, well, this is good ground, let's put a pivot on it. But I already have a primary, so the only way to get groundwater is to put a supplementary water right on top of that. You can't put a primary on primary. So we're looking at some of the stuff in the report that was reported as being flooding and groundwater irrigation, when you're probably looking at some of these are just using groundwater. They're supplementary because you don't flood, you're not going to flood or have enough to flood your alfalfa fields. So this is the question, how do you sort through that? And
that is super complicated.
Complicated, and that's part of the reason why the Beamer Hoskins numbers, some of them I think were off, because there was an assumption made that if there was an overlapping water right, that the water was being used equally, when the assumption was if that had been converted to a pivot of alfalfa, then the, actual reality of it is that it is probably using groundwater. So that's why I think sometimes those reports could be skewed because no one got boots on the ground and confirmed. They just took the paper water rights, had two, we'll split them up and move on.
So. How then do we address this primary supplemental problem? 'Cause let's say you are a supplemental groundwater user. But you're only using your supplemental and you never use the primary and you're like, maybe you're not even maintaining your infrastructure to take primary surface water, right? Technically, aren't we supposed to cancel that? And that's canceled the whole right, because the surface water has been, like, the person hasn't used their surface water and now their right is forfeit. And that's not just the primary, right? That would be also the supplemental. And so the whole right should be canceled.
Could be, if surface water primary has not been used. And is subject to forfeiture, and that's canceled, then the underlying supplemental is also canceled.
What if that well goes dry?
If the well goes dry.
Primary. And so you're left with the supplemental.
So you're saying if the primary water right is no longer available? Well, I mean, that generally is what a supplemental is for. If the primary is no longer available, the supplemental takes over. But if the primary water right, are you talking about a primary groundwater right with a supplemental groundwater right? That's typically something, I mean, that does happen, but it's really a supplemental should be from a different source than the primary. So primary in most cases would be like a surface water right. And then we would have a supplemental groundwater right on top of that or underneath that. So if the primary surface water right is no longer available or you should not use it, then the supplemental comes in and makes up for the deficiency in supply of the primary water right.
So we should be, in situations like that, doing transfers to swap primary and supplemental as fast as we can on the basin.
I don't wanna say that. What I'm trying to say is, this is really complex.
Very. So I don't think we're probably gonna get the language today because it's so complex. I understand that it's putting out there to start the discussion. But what Zach says, I mean, we need to figure out how to keep this up on our, or we're gonna keep this up. 50,000 acre feet could be, if only half of it's used on an average year, 40 acre pits are shut off if they're all seen. So it's very, very significant in the space that we figure this out. I recommend that, I don't know RACs, this might be a little unorthodox, but you used to that for me. That you get Bobby and Harmony to have a discussion group or two with whoever wants to join. To try to work through this and then propose some public comment, maybe as from RAC members, community members. And we have an iterative process where to work through this stuff. And then I've also, to Lou's point, I've been saying there's no agronomic reason to put a 2.5 acre feet. He's correct. If you're using groundwater for flood, this could be. And I mean, I imagine that groundwater for flood is a very small subset of the amount of total acres that are done in the basin, so we should work through some considerations on that too. They're probably using agronomic reason to use water to put that there too.
Okay, we can capture that and elevate, move that
I
forward.
agree with what Mark's saying, that just because you got two different circumstances. Keep, by lowering it to 2.5, you enable less junior water rights to be shut off. I'm all for that. But don't.
At the cost of groundwater.
Yeah, don't charge me for that. If we can do it, that way it works out, but you've got different subsets.
Yeah.
I totally understand. Thank you.
Department captures the challenge.
I really appreciate the conversation. Thank you all.
Because in reality, if you have a 90% snowpack, these guys are gonna use an acre and a half. It's when you don't have the snowpack, it's when all these supplementals are gonna turn up the pump line. And then it becomes the primary. So, 5 out of 10 years are turning the pump line. Yeah. Thank you for that conversation. I think that's really helpful. And I appreciate the suggestion, Mark. We'll look at that.
Sure. Okay.
All right, moving on. Section 3 here, the initial allotment for municipal and quasi-municipal rights shall be a quantity of water equal to 110% of the greatest single year quantity reported to the department in 6-year period from 2020 to 2025. And determining the initial allotment for each groundwater right with the use types other than irrigation, municipal and quasi-municipal. The department will consider A, the limits of groundwater rights. B, the historic beneficial use in the 6-year period from 2020 to 2025. C, whether or not a water user is physically capable of pumping and putting the allotted water to a beneficial use. And D, any other factors deemed appropriate by the department to determine historic beneficial use.
So as we discussed yesterday, allotment got changed and we made it clear what the period is, the 6-year period we're looking at is, in both of these sections. John, did you have a hand up question?
Well, you added that, to determine that historic beneficial use.
Yep.
So there's no other factors that would play into that letter. I mean, we've used the hot springs or a new, industrial plant moves in, using one. There's.
So
they can only be used for historic beneficial use.
Right, so we're only allotting water to the people that have been using water in the basin between 2020 and 2025. That is the intent.
I would make a suggestion to move the period from 2020 to 2028, that way. You look back to when the regulations start so that things could happen, maybe someone sees what's coming down the road. And they have their water here, maybe they kind of want to move it to better ground. I'm just saying that maybe there's some things that could happen between today. And when the regulations start, I would just make up until regulations part of it.
Appreciate that feedback. I am concerned about making that change because there are many unirrigated acres out there today. And if somebody if we allow them to turn on next year, we now have potentially far more use and more allotment to people that haven't been historically irrigated. The goal, our intent has been to ensure that the people that have been using water, as many of the people that have been using water, get water as possible. That's been the intent. I think Rob had his hand up first.
Is it historical use 1 year out of that period or consecutively during that period?
So what we have been considering is if water was used 1 year during that, we would consider that historic beneficial use because that, what's the term? It rebuts the presumption of forfeiture, I guess that's how, is that this? Yeah.
This actually wouldn't though, because it's 6 years, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
So it's not, so you, under this, you could determine an allocation for right of action.
Potentially, if it was on the ends of that time frame, yeah.
Mark, you have your hand up?
Oh, well, I did, so just to Lisa's point on that, maybe we change that from 2000 to 2024. Just because then nobody comes online this irrigation season and shows that water's been used. And then it also is the same 5 period of time for cancellation of water as instead of 6. So it was no line. And I know we used 6 because you liked 6 yesterday, but I'm be on that now. And then the other one, this might correlate with the last conversation we had. And I know you can't make a decision here, but the allocation can be different than what the actual use is. So in a supplemental groundwater right, if we know the average use from 1985 to 2018 was that 1.4, 5. When you get to a supplemental one, you only allocate that amount in PTW. Figure that on the average, it's going to balance itself if they only have to use the full duty every 5 years, and the adaptive management also would then correlate, these were gonna be 2 groundwater trends, so they get their 2.5 or 2.7, but you only allocate a PTW to 1.5. For the math to the acres that get water. I know, that's it,
So allot them 1.25.
or 1.5 or whatever.
But
it is.
issue them a regulatory order that says you can pump 2.5. Thereby never being able, like, our regulatory orders never get us to the PTW.
So the regulatory orders get you to PTW, but then you're compensating for the average use over a 6-year period of time, assuming that, you know. I think it's complicated, but I think there's a way, you know, I'm probably not explaining it correctly. Does that go?
It's good, thanks. Well, okay, you know, with a prorated duty like this for irrigation, for supplemental irrigation rights, you could consider, what we're really talking about with duty is acre feet per acre per year, right? And
At the end of the day,
so,
we're talking about volume, yeah,
sure,
annual volume of pumpage is what matters.
annual volume of pumpage. And if you allocate in the PTW for just supplemental irrigation rights, an average, a total volume across a 5 or 6 year period, then that could incorporate the supplemental irrigation rights receiving the full duty for maybe a couple of years within that 5 or 6 year period, but then using none of their duty for the other years, they might not need it as much. So in other words, if we're talking about like a 6 year period, Louis needs to use 2.7 acre feet per acre, a couple of years during that period. The allotment could be, you know, 5.4 acre feet divided by 6 years or whatever it is, right? So the PTW math that Mark was trying to do earlier is adjusted by an average use just for supplemental rights. That would allow for increased flexibility with just supplemental rights to use a little bit more, as long as at the end of that period, they have not overused their total allotment.
I wouldn't, I'm not sure if I'd even put a allotment limit, allow them to use the full rate. And when we get to our 6-year adaptive management, we're gonna be self-correcting the groundwater levels anyhow. But I mean, we don't have to get that decision thinking through.
Yeah, I appreciate that conversation, and we will talk about that.
We're making it really simple and transparent for you guys, right?
Yeah. If you like us to get language to you, we can.
I always appreciate clear language, yes. Please send it.
Rob, hold on, Rob has his hands up.
So Tim,
Go ahead.
for you to be able to write this in 2058, when someone goes and reads that, how are you gonna write that so that they can understand?
We're gonna do our,
We're gonna
we're gonna
do
do
this,
our
do that,
damnedest.
so on and so forth. It looks like.
I mean, there's also a recording that's gonna be around, so.
I won't, you won't have to listen to me, but telling you that in the future.
Yeah, no,
You go,
this is the concern.
somebody's gonna read that and I don't get it. This has got 1.25 acre deep.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is Cade is young enough that we figured out today. that He'll be water master for the full 30 years, potentially a water master for the full 30 years.
Property, I'd like to say.
Okay, Rob, go ahead, and then we'll, move on to the next one.
I'm not supportive of the reduction of duty because the county stance is they don't support the reduction of a right without compensation. I understand the reason for it, but I also think, to me, that conversation of potential reduction of duty is why there is an importance for water banking. And I'm not sure exactly how that ties into voluntary agreements, but it doesn't seem appropriate to me for us to decide, or for the department to decide, how to adjust that duty that's already been allocated. If those supplemental water users have 2.7 or 3 acre feet a year and they're not going to use it, and we can establish water banking, then that will still keep people green and in production in theory. And so that's why I feel that just reiterates the importance of some of these user mitigation terms. And in the permits, isn't that what it means when it says that two landowners can make an agreement to do rotation and get it on file with the water master if there's a written agreement? Isn't that what it's implying?
In the water, the rotation agreement language,
Yeah, on the permits we're talking about.
that rotation agreement language means that if two users agree on the use of the water that they're collectively entitled to, they can share that back and forth, and that agreement does have to be written and submitted to the water master's office. And, you know, it has to follow our rotation, statute.
But it doesn't allow them to bank water from one year to the next,
No,
right?
it's not allowed banking of water.
And maybe that's not the right term, but if you have a user that has a supplemental right that they're not gonna use on a year, and another user who's been regulated off, they could make an agreement so that the user who's been regulated off could use that 2.7 over 3 acre feet.
Probably not as supplemental, because that supplement, that would be an expansion of that supplemental, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
But if they had, you know, unused, and I don't know how this would work with groundwater, you know, this is my experience from surface water, so if they had a collective, you know, 6 acre feet or whatever that they could use, they could, you know, share that amongst each other as long as they don't go over that number. Even if somebody was, you know, technically shut off, as long as it doesn't injure somebody else, that's good. But like I said, I don't know how that would work with groundwater.
And so that doesn't need to be addressing rules because the language is already in there in the permits, the mechanism's already there. And then my other question was, what are the other factors deemed appropriate by the department? That seems kind of vague.
Yeah, it's a good question. But we wanted to leave ourselves open to figuring out ways for non-irrigation rights to identify their historic use and to either allow them water or not. So it could be, right? Let's say that the Heinz Mill right was still on the books and somebody wanted to be allotted water for it. We would look at potentially the ownership of the Heinz Mill and whether or not it operated, as well as, like, because we don't have pumpage data for that. Like, we don't have water use data for that. But we could know, well, that business hasn't been operating, therefore we shouldn't allot that water for industrial use because it hasn't been a viable business. Maybe that's a bad example. Cause I don't.
No, it's a really good example. That was my question. So you have a water right.
Yep.
That would heat a building in the mill district out here. Hasn't been used since 2011 because it was hay storage. And if somebody moved to Burns and said, we're gonna build this factory and make you a motor home. They have no way to heat the building because you're not gonna give them the water right because they haven't used it in the last 6 years, the way I read that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And do you think that's
I mean-
good for Harney County?
I mean, technically that water right should be canceled, right? Because it hasn't been used for 14 years.
Oh, yeah, 11. Well, it's,
You said 2011.
yeah, right. That was
It's
the last time
2025.
there was a power bill on it, but that's when the motor home place went bankrupt.
Right.
So I don't think that's a good spot for Harney County to be in. That if an industry wanted to move to Burns and historically, you know, everything is still together. They can't use it because they didn't use it from 20 to 25, 24.
Is it so if it's a non-consumptive geothermal use, they could apply for a permit?
No, it
and
has
get
to dump, it has to dump into a meadow. You know what I'm saying?
So it's consumptive.
Yeah.
It's consumptive.
Yeah,
So,
but
I
it's-
mean, yeah, like, these are the trade-offs, right? Like, there isn't water for new uses because we're having to curtail current users.
Right.
So I haven't heard anybody here advocate for curtailing people so that we can have a pool of water for new industry. We have said, keep the people as many of the people in business now in business.
Well, what we really thought was geothermal, so it could be your pond and then you could advocate and you could, you know.
Yeah, sure. That's fair.
Lisa had one, I think, and then
Yeah, I
maybe
just
move
have
on.
a short thing, which is, well, two pieces. First, in number sub one, versus it ends with saying initial allotment shall not exceed the total duty of the authorized, right? Authorized on the water rights. In municipal, quasi-municipal, and probably some commercials don't have a duty. So we might need to say something like,
Oh, that's why we had the rate in there, yeah.
yeah, or water rights that do not have a duty.
Yeah.
That shall not exceed the total authorized amount, or something like that.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. At nine,
Yeah,
nine
more?
PM, we couldn't remember why we done what we did.
And then just related and, to Jess and Kristen's comments earlier, on the 110% for the municipalities. Let's just ask them and look at their usage, like, is that a reasonable 6-year, because that's basically a 6-year ramp for them, right?
Well, it's just somewhat presented to them, you know, like I say, this is kind of feeling like it wasn't even presented to them.
Yeah, and we,
To this point.
well, we had that issue with collaborative, had a hard time kind of getting them engaged, but, yeah, just see if that's a reasonable ramp, because it's such a small amount of water that if you needed to bump that to 120 or 130, it's probably.
Well, they also need to understand, kind of like what Andy's saying, is that they can't attract additional commercial use. Potentially, if it's going to put them over that.
Well, they're ramping up. I mean,
Process.
it is a ramp up for them. It's just, yes, it's like the data.
Is 10% a reasonable ramp up?
They file annual water use reports, so it's easy to look at.
Populations have grown faster than 10% per decade here.
Okay, let's, truck on here down to the next rule.
So Tim, let me ask one more question. So if, for example, someone wanted to open up, we could take, 10-acre feet from that sub area and transfer it to be able to open that. That would be a reasonable thing. Through a voluntary agreement, you could absolutely take water. An option. You can take water off one of your pivots and through a voluntary agreement. Yeah, make it available to the guy at the motorhome place. Yeah, so there's an option. So Louis will give it to us. He's just
Okay, hold on, Kristen's got one, then we'll move on to the next one here.
Okay, just to clarify that, so I thought that you said earlier it could go from irrigation to a commercial or industrial. But you just told them-
Not on a temp transfer, a
Not on-
temporary transfer.
Okay.
A permanent transfer may change in character and season of use, yeah.
And we'll get that changed to temp transfer.
Mark's gonna fix it.
Well, it'd be helpful to have options, because we have very few options as currently.
Okay, all right, Kelly, take it away.
All right, scheduling water use reductions to meet fiscal total withdrawal. So one, notwithstanding adjustments made by the adaptive management methodology defined in OER 69 section 80. Rule 80, upon consideration of all water rates and determining initial allotment for each, water use within the Weaver Springs sub-area will be scheduled to be reduced through the fiscal total withdrawal, with 75% of the total reductions being scheduled for 2028. And the remaining 25% reduction scheduled for 2034. B, water use within all remaining sub-areas of the critical groundwater area will be scheduled for reduction to the municipal total withdrawal, with 40% of the total reduction scheduled in 2028, 30% of the total reduction scheduled for 2034, 15% of the total reduction scheduled for 2040, and 10% of the total reduction scheduled for 2046, and 5% of the total reduction scheduled for 2052.
All the debate. So I would propose a grace period for potentially 3 sub areas. Lower Donner Blitzen, Sylvies and Silver Creek. Of 1 or 2 adaptive management periods of time. If we could understand what that would mean in the overall water level decline by the time we get stability. Because I'm really thinking with some of these areas, we could be talking this much water can be allowed at 6 to 12 year grace period of time to allow them to work through some voluntary agreements. That'd be one consideration. The other consideration in those three sub areas, as Fred said last week, change the amount of reduction that would occur in those first 1 or 2 years, understanding what that trade-off.
I think, speaking to that, that was the purpose of the RAC kind of agreeing to breaking it out into 7 sub areas, was realizing that there is differences in it, and some of them, like Melissa said, is being treated more severely than statewide drought, so I totally support what Mark just said.
Agreed.
Can you repeat that in terms of what you're talking about for a grace period?
So, I mean, allocation is supposed to, reduction is supposed to start in 2020. Take Lower Donner Blitzing, for example. No reduction was occurred till 2034 or 2040. But I would like to know what difference that makes in the overall stability level. I honestly think we could be talking this much to allow them the flexibility to work through some issues.
But you'd have to run the model for all sub areas because they're connected, correct? So.
In order to understand the trade-offs, yeah, I'd have to ask a department, but more than likely, yes.
Because I thought you meant like grace period of a year. I mean, a grace period of 12 years, I wouldn't support that. And this issue has been kind of a known problem for a long time. We really haven't seen like the voluntary agreement thing and moving, and I don't know, I feel like.
I'll push back a little bit on why we haven't seen volunteer agreements these days. And we tried outreach for multiple years with a lot of irrigators. And we're gonna continue that starting tonight at 4 in the morning. But the number one answer we got is, what is the state gonna do? Why would I volunteer to do this until the state's telling me? So now we're going to be able to start hearing what the preferred alternative state is. And when those actions occur. So I believe the community will start to work toward volunteer.
I mean, 2034 is like almost 10 years away. So it seems like that is a pretty long grace period already to get in place anything that.
I agree, 2034, that's where you're going to start.
I mean, 2028 is 10 years, is still 4 years, 3 years away. That's enough time. That should be enough time, in my view. I mean, especially given this has been, like, we've been meeting for 3 years or something on this RAC now, so.
11 days, short of a decade from the first public meeting that was held.
It's only 2.
I know it feels, I know it feels like 3, but it's only 2.
Okay, so Tim and Jared, what he's proposing is in areas that are showing little to no recovery.
So based on that feedback, we have added a clause in Rule 80 that we'll get to that potentially allows for delay of curtailment if certain thresholds are met in 2028. So let's talk about that when we get there.
But it goes to.
It would, it's sort of a compromise in between the two, right? Yeah.
Okay.
The only thing that I say on that is not to have a back and forth, but I mean, this is surprising to some of these sub areas that they weren't there. Even the groundwater study advisory committee. Even the department allowing transfers from Weaver Springs to the areas where I'm assuming they thought there was not going to be reductions in the first from 2018 to 2004. I do believe, at least in some of these sub areas, this is new information, even the department determination. Because I don't know why they would allow transfers in areas they thought they were going to do. They were going to have to shut off.
I think it's really only.
Yeah, I don't think that was a standard in the transfer.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. C, the schedule for reduction were based on relative priority dates of the water rights with each sub-area, with most junior water rights being curtailed first. E, municipal and quasi-municipal water use will be evaluated at each adaptive management checkpoint, and the schedule of reducing may be adjusted so that the allotment for each municipal or quasi-municipal right is increased or decreased to 110% of the greatest single year quantity reported to the department in the preceding 6 years. The allotment shall not exceed the total quantity of water authorized. E, uses exempt under OS 537.545 are not subject to reduction. Well, now,
Yeah, we didn't really change anything there.
Yeah.
The term allocation of the law.
So I mean, it's probably explicit because we talked about it in the 60 rule. And the 70 rule doesn't have some of the same language as the 60 rule does, talking about wet acres and stuff like that.
Correct, because in 60, we figure out the wet acres, and in 70, we schedule reducing the wet acres.
okay. F, the corrective control orders reducing use will not be enforced until the completion of the test case process specified in OAR 690, Division 10, 170 through 230. If enforcement of the if the enforcement of the corrective control orders reducing, oh, this is gonna be a hard one to read, use does not occur as scheduled in 2028, then at such time as enforcement occurs, all reductions scheduled under OER 695-1271B, including any adjustments that should have occurred at the adaptive management checkpoint defined in 695-1280, will be included in the enforcement.
So this was changed specifically to make it more specific and clear based on, I believe Lisa suggested some language, because it used to say the current year and it used to say at which point. And so this is much more specific about how that works. Overall, it did not functionally change.
Why is Weaver Springs exempted from this though?
Because Weaver Springs is getting 75% in the first round.
Right?
Wait a second. It isn't exempted, is it?
Well, it says 1B. You say 1A and B.
Oh. Yep. I'll bet that's the case. Thank you. Good catch.
Wait, what was the comment?
The reference scheduled under OAR 695-1270, it should say 1A and B. Because B is just the scheduling of reductions for the cores. A is the scheduling of reductions for Weaver Springs, B is all other sub areas. So we need to say that this will be enforced for 1A and B. For all sub areas.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, understood. Moving on here. Reading this. Oh, no. Nope, we got everything, right? Yes. Okay,
Yeah, we should be moving to rule 80, right?
roll 80, yes. Time check.
11:53, we're planning on having lunch at noon. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody noticed if it's arrived.
Yeah.
Okay, what, I
This
guess,
would be a great spot to break.
that's what I was gonna say. Unless we're gonna do something in the next 5 minutes, we should break.
No, I think 80 is gonna be a pretty comprehensive
Yeah.
discussion.
Okay, so let's do this. Give it a few minutes, let lunch get organized. I'm gonna propose, we have 40 minutes on the agenda. We can get going earlier though.
Yeah.
We work through lunch, so I would say we get going at 12:15 or so.
Yeah, let's do that.
As long as it's 250.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Is that in?
No,
square shape, which is the biggest water. And then on the edges.
I agree with him.
And there's something going around water and lawn, but it's the primary surface water, but you can tell it's all. I hope they are so small. They actually, the next day, pretty clear, they're not.
Okay. Who's this? All right, let's, everybody, RAC members, come on back.
Plug it in, surface water, pump that, so far, and goodness, and then switch over to groundwater for the rest of the project.
Okay, we got a new section to kick into now, so. Kelly, do you want to introduce us to where we are now?
Yep, so we are now on section 80, the adaptive management of marsh basin critical groundwater area.
I don't know.
Down here for a second.
Okay, everybody, oriented? Ready?
All right, again, left off in section 80, the adaptive management of the Harney Basin critical groundwater area. So I'm gonna dive right in here to this. So section 1, Weaver Springs sub area is exempt from adaptive management process as defined in this rule. 2, for each sub area except Weaver Springs, if the contested case process is completed and corrective control orders reducing use are able to be implemented in 2028. The department will evaluate the median groundwater level for each sub area and compare it with the median groundwater level measured in 2022. If the median groundwater level in 2028 is found to be the same or higher than the median groundwater level measured in 2022, then the regulatory reduction schedule for 2028 will be reduced to 0.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Median groundwater levels are already pretty, lax, you know, it only requires half of the wells to be above or below a certain rate. My concern here is that this is inconsistent with the rest of the adaptive management approach. And what I'd recommend is instead of doing just if it's higher than 2022, then regulatory reduction or 0. What I propose is simply using the same approach in the model trajectory to assess whether the median measured well levels are within the interquartile range. If they are, proceed as planned, and if not, adjust as needed. So what I'm proposing is just consistency with the rest of the adaptive management experience.
So then we could, if they're below the 10th percentile, we would implement 80%, we would implement 80% curtailment in 2028.
So if they're doing way worse than expected, then sure, and if they're doing way better than expected, then do the
It'd be 0.
Yeah, just like the rest of the adaptive management periods.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about yesterday. It's just adding another adaptive management checkpoint that would happen at 2028. Not making sort of a special different case scenario.
Work me through that a little bit more, sorry. So you're gonna have a reference in 2022 to 2028, and so if it's above it, everything, nothing occurs. So what are you proposing, Zach? I know, you should have been talking to me, break, you should have paid.
Yeah, all right. I'm proposing the identical approach, but the modeled expected trajectories would start in 2022 or in 2024, whatever makes most sense from WRD's perspective. And then if the trajectory of the actual measured groundwater levels in 2028 are between 25th percentile or 75th percentile, move forward as planned, just like with all the other adaptive management pipelines. If they're doing much better than expected, if this series of wet years has recharged the aquifer, then the actual measured water levels will be above the 75th percentile. And that means the department reduces the amount of curtailment scheduled for that first adaptive management check-in period.
And the department increase the amount of reductions over 40%.
Consistent with other adaptive management check-in periods, I think the answer is yes.
I would be not agreeing to that because there will be no corrective action between 2000 and 2028. So you're setting us up for an area where there could be more than 40% in 2020.
Sure, but I think that's fair, but we are otherwise having an off-ramp to zero potential curtailment, which I think is extremely permissive. Especially if we're only assessing groundwater levels in 2028 compared to 2022. That's comparing just 1 year's trends against just one other year's trends. And so by incorporating a longer glide path to understand the relative trajectory of the measured versus predicted water levels, it reduces the impact of a single water year on the potential curtailment or reduction schedule.
But worst case scenario, they could increase to 70% reduction in 2028? 80%.
If you use the management, the data management, right?
Yeah, I personally think of it.
So a little bit of background behind why we structured it this way rather than what Zach's proposing. First thing is building a model trajectory. It require us to basically use the USGS full pumpage scenario, model out the trajectories, the expected declines, get our trajectories, and then evaluate based on that.
One more time, Tim.
So we would have to, modeling that trajectory requires modeling it with the USGS full pumpage scenario. So continuing 2018 pumpage without any reductions, without any changes to get our trajectories. We already know that is accepting decline over that period, right? And so what we're saying then is that over that period of time, we will accept up to, without any change, up to the median water level going to down to the 25th percentile without any impact. And it will allow, if you're above the 75th, to reduce that scheduled curtailment. And what we were thinking about as we worked on this was 2022 water levels would be great, right? Because we're on this trajectory of decline. And if water users can stabilize water levels at 2022 water levels, isn't that better than what we would model out as the median for 2028? Yeah, and if they're above 20, and the median has to be above. So if the median is 0.001 below the 2022 levels, it's 40% curtailment as scheduled. If the median is at or above, then it's no curtailment for that sub area. And we believe it's gonna be really difficult without substantial water use changes in the basin to actually achieve that.
Fair, however, in the other adaptive management periods, you're utilizing a send slope average of 6 years of data, right?
No, we're looking at the one water year and comparing it to the reference year. And then comparing that to the projected envelopes.
Okay. I need to think about that a little bit more. I understand the intent here. I do understand that if sub areas are doing great, then yeah, part of adaptive management is reducing curtailment, not curtailing as much. I'm okay with that conceptually. My concern is choosing 2 years and then having all of the weighted decision power on those 2 years, and then using a median, which is pretty permissive. And there's opportunity for small differences in water years to have really, really big, significant outcomes in management.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll think about that more.
We could look at using a different reference load year, like 2020 into that or 2018 instead, comparing that with 2028. That gets you a higher water level because we have been on this decline trajectory. Right, and if we can achieve a higher final, like a higher water level by 2028, that's what we've been talking about. And so that was the thought process behind it.
We could look at a more strict
Yeah.
metric as far as.
We could also look at changing, instead of reducing it to 0, reducing it to 20% or something like that. So that a scheduled amount of contaminants that goes into place. And then we evaluate 6 years later, if we're not on track with the model trajectory. Go from there.
That's fine. I won't land this plane right now. I know we have to cover a lot of ground. I'll think about that a little bit more. I am okay, for what it's worth, if water levels are truly doing exceptionally well compared to expectations, I'm fine with not curtailing at all. That should still be on the table. I just want to be really sure if that choice is made, that the evidence, the burden of evidence supports that specific project.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably would up to you guys to figure out this, with the vote and stuff, but if you missed, if your determination was not solid and you missed the 40% curtailment in 2028, by the time you get to 2034, you're gonna have a real problem. It's gonna change your whole calculation of whether you can get to that PEW, and I don't even think, based on the envelope, you could kind of make up that lost ground. Right, because you're down to a 30% curtailment in 2034, so even if you ended up doubling that, you know.
It's 60%.
It's 60%, and since the front loading of the curtailment also, not only does it help you reach that stable groundwater level sooner, it also has these other benefits for domestic wells and PDUs. So yeah, I'm concerned with that. Would need to be super well thought out.
Can you just do like an average of several years instead of just using 2022? Can you do like the average of the medians from like 3 years before and 3 years after 2022?
So look at the actual, rather than looking at median groundwater level, look at the rate of change in this across wells in the sub area.
Just to eliminate some of the like the variability that Zach's talking about.
We could do a 6-year sentence slope, maybe make sure it's 0 or better.
That would work. That would also be, I like consistency. And that approach would be consistent with the final check-in period of evaluating whether success criteria will matter. So it's not consistent with the adaptive management checkpoints in between, but it is consistent with the beginning and the ending evaluations of the trends.
So layman's term, if you went with the same slope of, would not potentially increase the amount of current suburb to the point.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it'd be this, but instead of looking at the median water level, you'd be looking at the sun slope for the 6 years between 2023 and 2028.
Yes, and if the send slope is
2022 and
20%, sure, 2022 and
Because we
2023,
got
that's fine.
Yeah, we have, yeah, 28 would be too late, yeah.
Some amount of years.
Yeah.
And the specific, like, kind of, question to answer there is the slope positive or neutral? And if so, you don't need to curtail in those areas.
Okay.
If the slope is negative, then continue forward with the beginning chunk of,
The front loaded 40%.
yes.
Well, but wait a minute. Okay.
So if there's enough, if there's voluntary agreements, or if there's enough good water users, and the data show that this sub area is doing better, it's either staying the same or is recovering compared to the beginning of that period, then it's no different from what's proposed up here.
If the slope is positive and the 2028 level is above previous record.
Well, yeah, you could double down on it too.
That'd be a little more restrictive, but yeah.
So if your median groundwater level in 28 is higher than 2022 and the sun slope is positive.
Three cars the last comment.
realistically, if stuff got all cattywampus, in theory, you could have a negative slope and still be above, you know, if there's a real wild year there in between.
Yeah.
You wouldn't wanna set yourself up like.
That's true. What you're proposing would be a good way to make really sure that that sub area is truly doing well. And if that's the case, then I think we'd be really confident that no curtailment for that first adaptive management period is needed.
Can you pick that date in 22?
Yep.
27?
28, well, yeah, it probably needs to be 2027 instead of 2028.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good comments.
Helpful. Go to the next one. Yeah, that is helpful.
All right, three, groundwater level changes will be evaluated using representative wells with sufficient data as determined by the department. For each representative well, the groundwater level change will be evaluated based on the reference groundwater level determined by the department. The reference groundwater level for a well shall be the spring high static water level measurement in calendar year 2028. If one exists, otherwise, the department may establish the reference groundwater level based on analysis of the water level data from that well and other water level data in nearby wells. B, for each representative well, the groundwater level change will be calculated as the difference between the spring high static water level measured at the adaptive managed checkpoint being evaluated and the reference groundwater level.
So we made a couple changes. Director became the department, as we talked about yesterday, and we added in information to clarify how what data the department would be using in establishing a reference groundwater level if for some reason the 2028 measurement is missed in a well that we're going to use for adaptive. Mark.
I mean, this goes back to the conversation whether you're gonna require measuring on every groundwater well out there. You heard my comments on this, but I would just say, you know, groundwater level change will be evaluated using representative wells with sufficient data. If it doesn't have a 2008 groundwater level, it doesn't have sufficient data, it shouldn't be used.
Better enough. Any other comments on this?
Can you use the same data wells that you did for the model, or are you gonna add to that?
Remember the model. All right, you good?
Yep, got it.
Yep, great.
Just thinking out loud.
All right, four, the median groundwater level change for each sub-area will be evaluated at each adaptive management checkpoint using representative wells with sufficient data as determined by the department. Five, the groundwater level change envelope for each sub-area is defined in exhibit 1. And then just go to the
I
subsection.
messed that up in the rule language, sorry folks.
Exhibit 14.
So in your packet, 4 has 5 included as part of it. Sorry about that. There's a carriage return before that last sentence, and that is actually sub 5. Sorry about that.
And so why it's supposed to be 1 and 14. Exhibit 1 and 14.
Yep, so 5 should be the groundwater level change envelope for each sub area is defined in exhibit 14.
All right. No beat you up over.
Mistakes like that.
Okay, any other than that? Bill?
Yeah, to, this says 6, but it's 5. Correct?
Right.
Yes,
That says 6, it's 5 in the
it's
packet.
5 in the packet.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, so at each adaptive management checkpoint, the department will prepare the median ground level change for each sub-area defined in OAR 695-1240 with ground level change envelope. If the median ground level change for a sub-area is A, at or below the 10th percentile, the scheduled quantity reductions will be doubled. B, between the 10th and 25th percentile, the scheduled quantity of reduction will be increased by 1.5 times. C, from the 25th and through the 75th percentile, no adjustments will be made. D, between the 75th and the 90th percentile, the scheduled quantity of reductions will be halved. And then E, at or above the 90th percentile, the scheduled quantity reductions will be reduced to 0.
It's me, I have thoughts about the median again. The problem to solve for here that I'm gonna raise is we have 7 sub areas across the basin. Some of those sub areas are quite large. Some of those sub areas are pretty complicated. And there's different parts, there's different concentrations of groundwater use within a sub area. Taking a median of a really big sub area can be very misrepresentative of what's happening in specific parts of that sub area. My concern is specifically with D and E, or 4 and 5 up there on the screen. What I want to avoid happening is having a sub area where the median looks very good. The median lands in the 76th percentile or the 91st percentile. But that there's still some like meaningful number of wells that are declining substantially. Not declining, but declining badly. And what I would propose is a slight adjustment to D and E to say, unless, after it says be halved or reduced to 0, unless 10% of the observation wells in that sub area have trends that fall below the 10th percentile expected trends. So what that does is it just says that if there's at least 10% of the wells in the sub area that are doing way worse than expected, below the 10th percentile of expected trends, then don't cut the reductions in half, or don't cut the reductions to 0. I'm not proposing to accelerate reductions based on a small number of wells. I'm simply proposing that if the median is not representing some meaningful amount of wells within the sub area, because it's a huge sub area, then don't reduce curtailment based on the median.
Does that play out in the end goal of 2058 for reasonable there?
Tell me more.
I mean, I understand where you're going there with the 10%, but I mean, when we're looking at our overall goal of stability, dynamic stability, that still be the medium of all the wells, not like any types of project.
Yeah, for the ultimate success criteria, it's still using the same criteria of median across the entire sub area. But for the adaptive management checkpoints, that's where there's the opportunity to unintentionally reduce curtailment too much. And that's what I want to avoid. If the whole sub area, if the median, if all the wells are tracking correctly with each other, and there aren't outliers, and they're all doing great, this doesn't change anything. You still have 0 curtailment. You can still adjust to have the curtailment.
I don't love that because you were using number 4 as an example. So if the median was between the 75th and 90th, you'd suggest if 10% of the wells are below the 10th percentile. But to me, if that's the case, then that suggests an anomaly that's not indicative of the groundwater levels in that area, and something should be, like, you should maybe look at the well construction or what is going on to cause 10% of those wells to be so far different. And if you look at, those interquartile ranges from the trend report, some of those, it's some of the smallest sub areas that have the biggest range. And so that would be concerning. I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree that you don't want to adjust too much one way or the other, but I don't know if 10% of the wells under the 10th percentile.
We could do, if you want to loosen it, you could consider like 25% of the wells falling below the 25th percentile, which would be a little more protective of the median. Either way, like we're kind of talking about the same thing. We want to avoid having, if there's an anomaly there, then it could be due to well construction. It could be due to the model underrepresented pumping in a certain area, or it could be due to the model overrepresented recharge in a certain area. And what I'm trying to prevent here is over reliance upon the model trajectory and the median observed. I'm trying to right size it more with what the actual realities of these areas look like.
It could also be caused by coalescing and pumping as we reduce use and. Yeah. Distribution of priority dates and then also who continues to use. I really appreciate the specific suggestion. That seems reasonable to me. We'll consider that. Any other feedback on?
Just kind of a question in general that I don't remember where we landed on it, but say there are some outliers like 10%, which you're saying, those look funny. And back to the point of perhaps well construction starting to have an issue, which they do over time. How is the department planning on working with those well owners to address well construction issues during this process?
I'll say it's one possibility, I suppose, that well construction could be leading to what might look like an anomaly, but you can look at a large sub area like Northeast Crane and just plot up like we have on the online mapper, the distribution of the rates of decline in that sub area. And they're not uniform across the sub area. There's areas of localized concentrated pumping where the rates of decline are higher than other places. And so depending on, I guess, the distribution of priority dates and as we step through the list of junior rights that are being curtailed, that could be that there's 10% concentrated in an area where the rates are continuing to decline because there's a concentration of pumping in that area. And without something like Zach's proposal, what we're saying with the current rules is that that is an acceptable condition at which to reduce to zero curtailment at that checkpoint.
Yeah, but my question is just like, as you've talked about, like in your data set, you'll throw out highs and lows. And so say you're seeing one well come on that suddenly becomes an outlier. And there needs to be some modification to that well construction. How will that be treated in this process where you're reducing allocation of water?
Do we have any identified instances where well construction has resulted in anomalous water data?
I think we'd have to see, some evidence that it is a well construction problem and not an actual aquifer drawdown and decline problem. And then I guess we could look to our well construction authorities and enforcement on the well construction standards at that point to deal with that issue.
And just chiming in, because I think that's a good question, like if.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it.
If that were the case, right, then that would not be considered a representative well to assess aquifer trends based off of. So if that were the case and well construction was causing anomalous declines, that wouldn't count against the sub areas trend, median trend.
Absolutely. If it can be shown by some evidence or observation that that is a well construction issue, but not an aquifer issue, then that's not representative of that sub area.
And so with your discretion, you can exclude it from the data set.
Yep.
Okay, so this is section 6 in the rules, section 7 on those lines, but at the end of each adaptive manager checkpoint evaluation, and after the department has completed section 1 through 4 of this rule, the department will hold at least one public meeting at a location within the critical groundwater area boundary at which the department will present A, the findings of the evaluation of groundwater changes, B, the comparison of the groundwater change envelope, and C, any adjustments to the scope of reductions. We've got 7 now, 7 and 8 in your rules. No sooner than 2058, the department will evaluate the groundwater level decline rate to identify if the target groundwater level trend has been achieved. The groundwater level decline rate will be calculated using the descent slope method, using an annual height measurement for representative wells with sufficient data as determined by the department from the 6-year preceding the evaluation. 8, after the evaluation of section 7 of this rule, if the target water level trend has not been achieved and all scheduled reductions have not been implemented, the department will evaluate groundwater conditions and implement additional reductions as needed to achieve the target water level trend.
And I think I'll point out here, because Tim's looking at something else, that we struck that last sentence because it's now included in the definition of permissible total withdrawal, so we don't need to repeat ourselves here again.
That, it was a PowerPoint error.
It's not a PowerPoint error, it's a Tim error in this packet. I messed up one sentence, you can get a character turn in there, and so the numbers are off.
That's 2 now, Tim.
It's only one, it's just carrying down.
Is true, because one with numbers. Nobody's.
No, nobody's counting.
Brad, could you put a scoreboard up?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than Tim's mistake, any other input on this? Okay,
If I can,
yeah, sure.
relative to what Zach, said, the large area, the great diversity in the area. That is why I proposed what I did to start the meeting. Because you're worried about the outliers of 10 major declines below that changes everything. If you flip that around, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the outliers, is what I call them that, where there's no problem. And even an increase in wells within a sub area, well, that major decline's occurring over there. That's why I propose 3 languages that kicks it to site specific evaluations of individual well and static water. That's why I did it. It's a mirror image of what you said there. And, so just clarifying, that's why I brought that forward. That at some point in time, under existing water law, your performance of your waterway, static levels, 25 foot, 3 foot year, whatever, kick in and department regulates. So with the area critical groundwater concern, all that kind of goes away. Site specific things we've been working for in our irrigation permit are gone. We spent, $100,000 on our little groundwater right in the last 2.5 years on 2 wells, so that we can make them better and fix problems. So, these are big issues when you look at outliers like ours, where we don't have a decline. we're up 1 foot, down 2 feet, up 1 foot, you know, and there's a lot of situations like that out there. So anyway, I'll shut up on it. I made my point earlier. It never got any traction, but it is absolutely the same issue that Zach's. We're looking at curtailment, and the other part, we're not looking at recharge. Okay, thanks.
What's not in your rules, so after. After the evaluation of section 7 of this rule. If the target water level trend has been achieved and all scheduled reductions have been implemented. The department will initiate a rulemaking process to adjust the permissible total withdrawal to match the implemented reductions.
I just want to start to make that last part of the sentence more clear. It doesn't seem like we want the first PTW to equal the implemented reductions, but maybe the word, how I would change it would be PTW, or permissible total withdrawal, to match the usage after only the implemented reduction. Great, have a wordsmith better.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that, John. Thank you. That's a good call out. And
I think it's what you intended.
yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Lisa?
I think we need to have a colon after section 7 of this rule, so that it says after the evaluation of section 7 of this rule, and then we would say sub A with the language up there. And then sub B would say something to the effect of, if the target water level trend has not been achieved, the department will initiate rulemaking in order to protect public health, welfare, and safety. And basically, it's a, you gotta do something. I mean, you gotta issue new PTWs and
So,
go through the process.
so 8 says if the target water level trend hasn't been achieved and scheduled reductions have been implemented, the department will continue reductions. 9 says if we have achieved the goal and we haven't fully implemented the PTW, we'll adjust PTW up. And you're suggesting we also should add, if the goal isn't met and we've implemented all the reductions,
Yeah, I mean, after
then the department will initiate rulemaking to adjust the PTW to stabilize groundwater levels.
yeah,
Okay.
or it's not job, yeah, however you want to say it, but I mean, there's two possible things at the end of the section 7
Or
evaluation.
to, perhaps instead of saying anything about PTW, just saying to initiate rulemaking to achieve the goal of stabilizing water levels consistent with the groundwater act.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so actually, okay, yeah, so 9 would be broken into 2 sections because it's if
Yeah.
it hasn't been achieved.
Right.
Or if it,
We achieved it, which hopefully.
We talk about 9 or 7.
I'm talking about 9 in the printout, which is
Yeah.
10 up there.
in the printout, we're talking about.
That was a shot at, yeah.
I can go home.
That's the worst typo somebody ever makes. I mean, they're pretty lucky.
Yeah, I made a lot of my computer work.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, we'll figure out how to restructure that, and I appreciate that comment.
So does that change from the every 5-year, 6-year reduction schedule?
So this is after 2058. We're evaluating for success. And so we're gonna calculate that 6-year send slope, right? Have we achieved stable groundwater levels? If we've achieved stable groundwater levels, and we haven't fully implemented the reductions, then we'll adjust we'll initiate rulemaking to adjust the PTW so it matches the actual pumping in the basin. If we haven't achieved stable groundwater levels, and we have fully implemented the reductions, then we need to do another rulemaking to change the permissible total withdrawal and stabilize groundwater levels. If we haven't achieved the goal and we haven't implemented all curtailment, then we need to continue implementing curtailment to achieve the goal. That's the intent of these, of what's 8 and 9 in the packet. It's the if thens. If we've achieved the goal, then what do we do? If we haven't achieved the goal and another condition exists, what do we do? Does that answer the question? Okay.
So I won't be bothering you on that rulemaking at that point, Tim.
Oh,
Red. I'm sure I won't be.
We don't wanna wait for
I think you got it in you. I'll see you in 2028. I think you can make it. Yeah. There's that.
We're digressing, Kelly, move on.
Alright,
All right,
I'm good with that.
another swap rule language here. Okay, one, groundwater conditions with the swap of boundary defined in 695-12-23 meet the criteria defined in 695-21A and 695-21. Okay.
That's the boundary one.
This is the swap, this is measurement and reporting stuff now. And so that language was talking about, there is specific criteria that needs to be met in order for the department to implement measurement reporting requirement of the serious water management problem area. And that's what we're saying.
Number 3, we got the.
We're in rule 90.
Rule 90,
Section 1.
yeah,
Was it reference one?
it reference
23.
3, the serious water, yeah, 43.
Yeah, 51223 is the boundary.
Yeah, the boundary.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, Fred.
So,
All right, by no later than March 1, 2020, each groundwater right holder or owner, well owner or well operator shall properly install and thereafter properly maintain a totalizing flow meter on each well listed as a point of appropriation on the ballot water right within the harness swamp boundary as defined in 695-12-23. The department may extend the deadline as needed. If the deadline is extended, the department will notify each groundwater right holder, well owner or well operator at least 60 days before March 1, 2028.
And looking at 2, Fred, I just copied here, I think you're trying to point out. Because we say, maintain a totalizing flow meter on each well listed as a point of appropriation on a valid water right, then we can just make that groundwater right, and you get extra.
just. I trust you guys on that, but it's still some legal interpretation somewhere.
Yep, absolutely, that's an easy clarification.
Okay, then we added a subsection A under 2, groundwater wells that are regulated and disconnected from water use infrastructure do not require a totalizing flow meter to be installed.
I would add just a clarifying point consistent with A below that just says at the end of that, unless and until use is permitted to resume.
Sure.
Sure, okay. Okay. Moving on, 3 here.
So just,
Sure, go ahead.
just one quick thing, this might be more basic, but you're giving them 60 days before March 1st of 2028. Don't you think it would be advantageous to be able to let these people know about it a little sooner than that?
How many, what's reasonable to you?
I've been waiting on one to get put in for 6 months.
Okay,
So, I mean, just the notification that they're going to have to do it. So as you are doing your groundwater rights, somewhere in there, there needs, and maybe it's addressed here, but that's not much time. Notification that they're gonna have to do it needs to be,
Sure.
because here's the end date.
So notification needs to go out after these rules are adopted.
Once
and
you
then they-
figured it,
yeah.
you could include that with your
Regulatory.
survey of how many rights are out there, wet rights, they're gonna have to put a meter in. I'm just trying to forward think to not put it up against the start date.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I know it. It's the people that haven't sat through any of these meetings that they're gonna look at that and say, you know, I got 60 days to put this penalty in.
Yeah.
thanks, Lee. Okay. Section 3, total licensing flow meters shall be properly installed according to manufacturer specifications and must meet the specifications, subsection 5. Okay. 4, total flow meters and method of flow meter installation may be subject to approval by the department staff. Once installed, total flow meters must be maintained in good working order. Department staff shall have a reasonable access to the total flow meters upon request pursuant to RS 537 781. Yep.
I know there's been a lot of conversation about flow meters. I wonder if there could be something that, not suggesting changing the language, but adding something that if another technology comes online or some other innovation comes online and it's approved by the department, it can be used, so you're not stuck in that state.
Yeah. It's good input, thank you.
Like open ET, just saying. Why did we not bring that up earlier?
You know, point along, besides that one is when you look at, measuring static levels in March, there's no cost comparison between that and installing a, except that happens every year, you know. The $4,800 we paid on upgrading from one flow meter to the other, you know, just for one well, because we felt it wasn't functioning quite right, there's the air in the system. You know, so we spent $4,800, and I'm just saying, you have to figure initial investments, and then you have annual costs, which was Louis. It's just all these things having to accrue, that's why the cost of it, to me, the cost of having a pump guy come out, do a statics, I could do it myself, but I'm not going to. I want a third party to do it first off, but the cost of that, other than when you put on, statics level measurement, you have to redo your whole top of your casing sometimes, change your well cap, and sometimes you have to put a PVC pipe so you get rid of the oil problem and other things. It gets complicated and more expensive in different situations, doesn't it? Anyway, just point that out for people that don't know that.
Yep.
5, groundwater right holder, well owner, or well operator shall keep a complete record of volume. I think we need to change our reference to make that. Should I make 3 to subsection 6 is the criteria to make that change. Make that note. we're referencing in here, I'll go back to 03. In rule 3, we see a subsection 5, but it's actually subsection 6, that is the criteria, so we have to change that reference.
Oh,
Yes.
gotcha.
Yeah.
You were bouncing around.
Yeah, that's what you do with me all day.
All right, we gotta keep going.
It's just pointing out your third.
I'll take that on me, I feel bad.
Okay, when I pulled up the track changes on the website that you pointed out, it's a totally different document than this. Is it a separate document? Because I had a bunch of stuff highlighted, but it's not what's reflected in this, but it was that link that you showed on the website. Like, for example, the wording on this one right here is, there's way additional wording in here, and then it also talks about December 31st, which on this one talks about December 31st, but on this one, it talks about January 31st. So am I looking at a wholly antiquated one, or is there a separate document as well?
Yeah, you wanna take a look at it?
I'm looking at the link right now, and it matches. For 5, it says the groundwater right holder. That includes water use measurements to the department by December 31st of each calendar year, or December 31 of each calendar year. No, what this says.
There's different colors in that version online. There's green and blue and purple text. It's not showing up here on the screen that way, but it's the same.
No.
You might be looking at a previous version of that.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a secret document thing.
No. I'll have to double check what you're looking at and make sure that actually remove that from the website. It needs to be, so I'll double check with you on this. Okay. Department, again, read again. The groundwater right holder, well owner, or well operator shall keep a complete record of the volume water appropriated each month. The groundwater right holder, well owner, or well operator shall submit annually a report that includes water use measurements to the department by December 31st of each calendar year. For water used between November 1st of the preceding year and October 31st of the current year. Reports shall be submitted using a form developed and maintained by the department.
So we changed that language so that we would capture a full irrigation season's use in each water use report. Because previously we were having, we had tied it to September 30th. And so any October use would not be reported until the following year. And so it didn't make sense, especially since most use here is irrigation use. Louis, is that a answer?
So why is it important to read the meter once a month? When you're only looking for the annual? You're supposed to read it monthly. I've been doing that on particular ones. What purpose does that serve? To get the monthly usage?
It helps us when primarily when we're doing analysis and trying to compare water use with water level trends and seasonality of water level trends. It's helpful to see the volumes of water pumped and how water levels in nearby, in a given month, and how wells respond in nearby areas for that given month.
Yeah, it's just, hence there again, it's just something else to go do. Which we have to on 3 wells at the moment, and now we're talking about 10.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like it's necessarily critical for this rule. Or
You want the annual, it's the monthly thing that,
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of like, it's payday. Oh, well, we gotta go read the meters.
Yeah.
Like, would it make sense that those water rights that don't have the metering and reporting condition, would it make sense for those to be allowed to just do it annually?
Yeah, we can consider that. I think one of the other aspects of it is we're hedging our bets on situations where flow meters break. So where a flow meter breaks. So if your flow meter breaks in July, we at least have part of the year's data captured. And then there'd be a period of time in which you're supposed to notify the water master and you get replaced, and then we can track these from then on, and we'd have much better accounting, as opposed to potentially losing all the data for that period.
And having you open too.
But in that deal, you could do electrical. I mean, I'm thinking of situations if your water flow broke, and you're in a busy year, part of the summer, you might not, you might not be able to even order one in.
Sure.
That's been an issue recently. And two, so you can go to your power bill and figure it out, but I understand the point. I'm just saying, boy, it's hard to get things fixed now on anything irrigation, because of the parts they come from Kansas or Australia.
Travis, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, shouldn't these dates coincide with the irrigation season from April 15th to October 15th?
So there are also year-round uses in the basin. So we wanted to make sure that somebody's using water year-round under a right, they're also reporting their use. It's outside the irrigation season.
I mean, I think a month is like a happy medium. And it gets at the situation where, yeah, maybe you get a break in the meter and then you know you have a problem, rather than like you wait till the end of the season. You lost more irrigated, so.
I couldn't hear that.
Oh, I was just saying that I think a month is kind of a happy medium as far as like the, frequency. And it helps address it helps provide time to address a situation with like a problem with the meter or something like that, so.
We got a water master to say, I can't get it fixed this month.
Yeah, and
Sure, you guys-
there's language later on how you handle that situation. Yeah, we can consider looking at that. Think about it. Because you do make a good point, Lisa, that it then requires that people are regularly checking on their flow meter. And that you don't go a year with a busted flow meter where you find it. It's not weekly like the critical groundwater areas in Umatilla, so.
Okay, slide.
All right, subsections A and B under 5-year groundwater wells regulated off are not required to report until you submit to resume. Any government entity required to submit water use report under OR 69085 is exempt from the reporting requirements of this rule.
So why B? I mean, we're not getting the flexibility to 69085 gives the government entity, so why should the government entity be up to 15% variance and all kinds of exceptions that we're not getting?
So the governmental entity is required to report use no matter what, and what we were intending with this is they need to follow their governmental reporting requirement.
And I've looked at those and they're a lot less stringent than what you're holding the private community to. If they have a variance of up to 15%, they could probably use
Open ET.
So, I mean, why are we?
How do you use,
how do you know the
how do you use
subject?
ET, John, to measure the water use in a house?
That's what's growing in the greenhouse.
I don't think there should be an exclusion.
So would you advocate for, so what we were trying to do is not end up in a situation where the governmental entity has to report to the department the same data twice.
I mean, I was fine, but I read 690.085 and the standards for their reporting are less stringent than the standards for reporting that you're putting on these. So therefore, make them do it.
And make them report twice.
Yeah.
All right, we'll consider that.
Or make them report to the same standards that would be held here, but that would be changing all 690.085.
Yeah. We can't commit to opening those rules and changing that. Not here, not with this RAC.
Sierra, totalizing flow meter shall meet the following specifications. A, totalizing flow meter shall have a rated accuracy of plus or minus 2% of actual flow for all flow rates for which the meter is expected to measure. B, a totalizing flow meter shall measure the entire discharge from the well. I'm just gonna go through all these and then we have a conversation when we do. C, a totalizing flow meter shall have a visual recording mechanical or digital totalizer located on or adjacent to the flow meter and shall be equipped with a sweep hand or digital readout, geez, getting tired of this, so that instantaneous flow rate can be read. D, the totalizing part of the flow meter shall have sufficient capacity to record at minimum the quantity of water authorized to be pumped over a period of 2 years. Units of water measurement shall be in acre feet, cubic feet, or gallons, and the totalizer shall read directly in one of these units. Flow meters recording in acre feet shall, at a minimum, read to the nearest 1/10 acre feet foot, and the decimal multiplier shall be clearly indicated on the face of the registered head. E, totalizer of each meter shall not be filled with that without notice into written permission from the local water master. Prior to the setting of totalizer, the final reading must be recorded and reported. F, the totalizing flow meter shall be installed in accordance with all the manufacturer specifications. There shall be no turnouts or diversions between the well or flow meter. G, the totalizing flow meter shall be installed no more than 100 feet from the well head unless an exception is approved by the water master in writing. Good. There. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm just say one thing, there's a lot of, some guys that really would rather have the measurement at the center of the pivot as an example. Because then, I'm not advocating it, I'm just saying that, having it close to your wellhead, doesn't allow you to differentiate between two pivots run off the same well. And it gets a little cramped and sticky when you have to redo everything close to the well to one end and all those. It's, the middle of the pivot as a business standpoint would be better for me, but I don't want to spend the money either.
Right.
And it wouldn't be legal.
Thanks, bro.
It would come out, talk to me.
Yeah, and it could be replaced by Open ET.
Okay,
Yeah.
good intel.
Right,
Let's,
All right.
go on.
7, a water user shall report broken flow meter to the local water master office within 48 hours after determining that the flow meter is broken. A water user shall not appropriate water for more than 60 days without an operating flow meter.
I suggest a comma that says without written permission from the local water master's office in case there's a supply issue or something. Just because it gives some discretion to the local water master office.
Okay, thank you.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, you're gonna get a waiver
What's
for.
kind of standing on what it's gonna do?
You don't trust Ally? It's not put it that way.
Not to put it that way, no.
So you're thinking like,
Well, Mark uses the example of their equipment's not available.
right,
Okay, that seems reasonable,
yeah.
but it's not like an open-ended.
What if it's broken and shutting down means that the crop doesn't get water for 3 days and the farmer doesn't want to do that? Is that a reasonable exception?
Leave it to the discretion of the water master. They work for the state. They'll make it reasonable. Unless we don't trust, oh, never mind.
We just ordered 8 of them. And, took 9 weeks.
And what?
8 inch, took 9 weeks. To get.
Does it help you, Lisa, to add some sort of like without? I don't like adding some sort of like without a reasonable,
Good call.
yeah, without good cause, does that help? Does that feel better or?
bigger issue than we're gonna address right now, I think, but I'll think about some language.
Okay, while the flow meter is broken, the water user shall use other methods of reporting as defined under OR 690-85-15-5 until the flow meter is replaced or repaired. The water user shall keep the monthly data and mail the data to the local water master upon request. The data shall include a statement of initial reading on the newly installed flow meter, the current power meter reading, and the time of operation. The water user shall notify the local water master within 48 hours of installing the repaired or replaced flow meter. Okay, section 8 here. While the flow meter is broken, the water user shall use our other methods of reporting as defined in OR 690-85-15-5. We removed those A through C because, say, John E.T. comes added to section 85, then that gives us the flexibility. So that's why we moved those sections. Until the flow meter is replaced or repaired, the water user shall keep the monthly data and mail the data to the local water master upon request. The data shall include a statement of the initial reading on the newly installed flow meter, the current power meter reading, and the time of operation. The water user shall notify the local water master within 48 hours of installing the repaired or replacement flow meter. And then 9, failure to have the maintained and properly installed functioning totalizing flow meter by the deadline will result in the local water master regulating and controlling unmetered wells such that no groundwater may be pumped or appropriated until a flow meter is installed, consistent with these rules. Okay, and then 10, consistent with RS 536-900, RS 183-745, and OAR 690-260, the department may assess civil penalties for violation of these rules. That's it.
And then in your packet, you have the White Horse and Willow Creeks and Home Creek reservations, and that is the rest of the Division 512 rules that currently exist. We're not proposing any changes to those will stay the same. But we wanted to present you the full Division 512 as proposed.
Okay, that's it. It's kind of hard to believe. But congratulations. We got just a few more agenda items. It won't take a lot of time, but I want to just take a temperature. Do we want to take a 10-minute break and stretch? Okay, yeah. I needed one. Okay, let's get up, move around. We'll do an 8-minute break. Yeah, 1:30. Oh, thank you. I was really excited over it. Very, very excited.
This is.
So 5.
Public get back, RAC in the front. We're in the home stretch. So the next item on our agenda is public comment, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so although it's not the published time, I don't think we're gonna make it to the published time, so let's try to see if we do have public comment now. Anybody in person? 2, 3. Okay, we got 3 in person. Anybody online provide public comment? Okay, so not seeing any hands online for public comment.
There are 2 online. So
Oh, okay.
Gary and Chris Hall.
Okay, all right, everybody, let's quiet down. So that means we got 5 people providing public comment. That's a decent amount, so I do appreciate it if you are able to keep your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. That'll help keep us moving. And again, you know, the department or the RAC's not here or in a position to answer any questions, but so I don't have that expectation, but you may be able to have a conversation after. So let's go in person here first. So raise your hands again who has comment. We got 1, 2, okay. Chad, you want to start? You want to go that way? All right, throw Kurt and work our way this direction.
So, just a couple of things. This was one of the best projections. It worked out pretty good, it seems like. You know, at least we got as much. The only thing I got is on the cities, on like the city of Burns and stuff and Pines. With 110 rule, percentage of the highest use, they're looking at putting in 2 major subdivisions right now. So that could be, you know, without having the city here and some representations, that could be a big issue. And I think they have flow rates and stuff that they've done in their studies, what it would take for the sewer and water and stuff like that. So I just like to see that considered.
Thank you. Okay, you're next. Mario Petrilli, I'm a local. The one thing that I really don't understand, I understand why we went from 15 sub areas to 7. Great idea. The one problem I have is with northwest Crane sub area, because it includes 2 different aquifers, 2 different geographic areas, 2 different semi or sub-industrial classifications. Plus you're opening yourself up to legal action. It doesn't make sense. And I like the 7 number, and I had considered combining Dog Mountain with Weaver Springs, since there's only 3 or 4 ranches that are there, they're rather small. But then the problem is they're gonna get hit with the same impacts as this Weaver Springs area is. But I just don't understand Northwest Crane unless it was an administrative decision.
Thank you. Chad.
Yeah, this is just a process comment. You know, Tim ran everybody through how the reductions are going to occur. It's complicated. I think everybody recognizes that. But Mark has a different way of explaining that. You might want to take 10 minutes and go through that to see if it makes any more sense.
Okay. We're taking, okay, next comments. Let's see, who do we have? Gary, you wanna go? So Jerry, would you like to give your comment?
Hi, this is Jerry.
Go ahead.
This is Jerry Grondin, and I have 2 comments. One has to do with the static water level measurement using the existing authorized irrigation wells. Just a caution that with the irrigation wells, you want to emphasize that you're getting a clean water level measurement, you know, in clean water, as opposed to a well, you know, trying to get a measurement through floating oil, because that oil has a different density and that affects the water level measurement and can kind of skew your measurement results and make it difficult to get a true reading. Also with those wells, oftentimes the way they're configured, it's almost nearly impossible, if not impossible, to get into the well to get the measurement. And so either the requirement needs to be put into the rule that access is made available, or if you're not going to require that, then what are the conditions where you're going to exempt that? Also, we, under the permit conditions, we have, required in certain circumstances, a measuring tube. And those work fine, but there have been situations where they get crushed, and so then all of a sudden you can't get the measurement, or their diameters are small enough that condensation builds up, making it very difficult to get down that measuring tube, or even getting false readings before you actually get to the water. So I'm just asking to take a closer look at that rule requirement and just make sure you got your various eventualities covered that may arise as you try to implement the rule. The other comment has to do with the static water level, the flow meters. In the situation where, there's not use because they're regulated off, but there's still, the water right's still there. Reporting no use is just as important data as reporting actual use. It decreases the ambiguities and potential conflicts down the road about whether or not water was used or not. And so if you want to head that problem off, just even if there's not a flow meter required, just asking for an affidavit that, water was not used at this well. And so I think that would avoid a lot of problems down the road as people try to sort through things. And that's the extent of my comments.
Thank you. Okay, one more online. Oh.
Chris, I think you're up.
Oh, great. Thanks so much. Christopher Hall, Water League. And comments I have are with regard to the 0080 subsection of the 512 division rules. And those are the adaptive management of the Harney Basin critical groundwater area. And I'm going to be commenting on section 2, 6, and 9. And I recall there being a lot of discussion as to whether or not these section numbers are accurate. But that's my intention. So section 2 talks about how each sub-area except Weaver Springs, if the contested case process is complete and corrective control orders reducing use are able to be implemented in 2028, the department will evaluate the median groundwater level for each sub-area and compare it with the median groundwater level measured in 2022. If the median groundwater level in 2028 is found to be the same or higher than the median groundwater level measured in 2022, then the regulatory reductions scheduled for 2028 will be reduced to 0. I appreciate a great deal of the conversation that was had on this topic. In Water League's view, this is a bad idea, and it needs to at least go back further to ensure that the slope is reasonably capable of being plotted. I think that 2022 is not far enough back. Furthermore, this rule subsection really puts an emphasis on the disregard that the state has for the excessive, if not extraordinary, groundwater declines that have occurred over the past 35 years since 1990, when hydrologists documented the deficit first between annual recharge and discharge that began accumulating those 35 years ago. This rule subsection really just throws that history right over the shoulder and doesn't give any credit to it whatsoever or any credence to it. Regarding section 6, subsection 6 of this portion of the rules, I wish to agree with the discussion about how the adaptive management is was discussed. Section 6 says that each adaptive management checkpoint, the department will compare the median groundwater level change for each sub-area in subsection 040 with the groundwater level change envelope. If the median groundwater level change for the sub-area is, and then we skip down to the 90th percentile, the scheduled quantity of the reduction will be reduced to 0. I couldn't agree more with the critique against this. This idea does not account for the possibility of the worst 10% wells, as was stated, as being outliers or anomalies where they could be in the 10th percentile of worst declining wells. The RAC gerrymandered the subareas from OWRD's 15 original subareas to 7 much larger subareas. And that has the consequence, if not side effect, of creating the possibility of more outliers and anomalies because the hydrologic facts are more diverse and the 7 larger subareas than they would be in the 15 smaller ones that OWRD originally proposed. And those were mapped based on hydrologic facts, whereas the 7 larger subareas were mapped to benefit VAs and water right transfers. And so the consequence of that choice to map 7 subareas is going to make a much more diverse hydrologic region, and the potential for more outliers and anomalies substantially increases. In the last section, subsection 9, it is, quote, after evaluation of subsection 7 of the rule, if the target water level trend has been achieved and all scheduled reductions have not been implemented, the department will initiate a rulemaking process to adjust the permissible total withdrawal to match the implemented reductions. The trend needs to be holding for a certain amount of time. It's not clear from this rule. How long does the trend need to be witnessed by hydrologists to ensure that it's not just a short-term anomaly? I think it might be very helpful to have a minimum period of time upon which that trend is looked at. Say at the year 2058, there's a point. How far back from that point does the trend have to be mapped to be able to say, oh, that's stable? Thank you very much for the opportunity to share these comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we can pause for a second. There was some comments there. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to anything, not directly to the commenters, but okay, let's move on. The next step would be next steps. So Kelly, if you want to take us through where we're going from here.
Yeah, okay, so before we get into this, just some housekeeping notes. If you all want input to be considered into the rule language that's going to be filed for the Secretary of State for beginning public comment, we need written comments sent to us by the close of business on Monday. Oh. Yeah, otherwise, the next time would be during the public comment phase to submit comments. So it's not your last time. We just have a tight turnaround. We gotta get into the vault, but we gotta file the notice.
So we have written comment. We're supposed to submit them by when?
If you want, potentially have your comments reflected into the draft rule language that we will notice for public hearing, then we need it by the close of business on Monday.
Yeah.
If not, we can go through the public comment process and have.
Correct. Yes, yes.
Can we just reiterate the ones we've already submitted that weren't addressed today?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
You can just go through what you submitted previously and circle it and send it in.
My handwritten sheets are a little hard to read, Tim. My computer doesn't work.
You do whatever,
We can
do whatever you need to do.
If you have your definitions, Fred, we'll take those. If you want, submit those. Okay. Anyways, okay, that's happening. Let's get on to the next steps, right? So this is our last RAC. The RAC process is officially gonna be over as soon as I close down the PowerPoint and shut down the Zoom meeting. And we're gonna be going into the official phase, the public comment phase. So the plan is the public comment phase is going to start June 2nd and it's going to end on August 7th. So it's about a 2-month public comment phase. And we have a series of engagement and public hearings planned within the basin. So the weeks of June 23rd through the 26th, we are going to do sub-area by sub-area informational sessions. So where we will talk about what the plan is for that sub-area and have Q&A sessions about asking specific about those questions that you have, and we'll answer that. We'll then take a break and we will do a public hearing so you can submit oral testimony around what you heard or what you think about the rules. So we'll be doing that the weeks of June 23rd through 26th. And then and also June 27th will be up, we're doing a public hearing up in Seneca as well, an information. We then will have some public hearings here, August 4th and 5th. 4th is gonna be here in this room. It's gonna be in the morning and in the evening, so 2 times to provide oral comment. And then August 5th, we'll have a public hearing in Seneca as well.
Good question.
I
Yes,
just want to say, is that on your guys' website or?
it will be, yes. All this information will be available on the website, yeah. In terms of, so once the public comment ends, we will then prepare our draft report to the commission. Included in that is gonna be the fiscal impact statement, statement of need, all the things that was noticed in the notification, as well as comments received, all written comments received. That's a new requirement. And then, there'll be some sort of document with themes of comments in our response to those comments. And then whatever the new rule language is, we'll keep you guys apprised of the new rule language once we get it drafted up in between the public comment, in between ending of public commentary and the commission meeting. So we keep you guys in the loop on that. And then commission meeting is December, I'll ask that question in 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah. Given our commission meeting will be December 11th and 12th, and then we'll bring the rules to the commission and ask for adoption. Go ahead, Kurt.
Sure, some way that, because you guys send out a lot of stuff to the RAC meetings and the public guys, as you try to research it out, we never get any of that stuff. Is there some way we get added on the RAC committee email list so that, can you send out those notices of different stuff updates that we can get it to?
Yeah, I have to think on that. There is a gov delivery, but specifically though, for the noticing of the rules, we have a requirement. We're gonna be sending a notification to every groundwater right, every tax lot owner, and every registered well driller. So you're all gonna receive mail from us. And two forms. One is just a postcard saying, hey, we're starting the public comment phase. Here's where you can find all the information. And then the other is gonna be a bunch of informational stuff, documentation that will become later in June. So you'll be hearing from us and on all of those papers, it's gonna point you to the Division 512 webpage with all the information.
Okay, any other questions about the public process? If it's relevant to this, we'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yes, I anticipate to submit maybe 200 megabits of data and documentation during the public comment period. Unfortunately, the department has a 20 megabit limit external from the department. So would I be better off printing off 4 or 5 copies of 250 pages, or is there a convenient way to either, what's a better way of sending more than 20 megabits? Can I
Flash
forward
drive.
this?
Yeah, maybe a thumb drive. But let's, maybe
Let's coordinate when you're ready to submit that to the public comment period. I can figure out how to get that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions about kind of, the process from here, the RAC, including and the public process beginning? All pretty clear? Okay, what we want to do then, before we officially close out the RAC process, is just allow everybody an opportunity to provide some thoughts and reflections. As much or as little as you'd like to share, although try not to give a speech. We are ahead of schedule, which is kind of neat. So what we'll do is, we'll have Jason kick us off. And then I'll come over here to Kelly. Then we'll go to Roger online. He's our one RAC member online right now. And then we'll continue around the RAC, around the horseshoe, concluding it. So that's the order. Jason, if you'd like to get us started.
Sure, thanks, Brian. This is a huge project, as you guys all know. And I know it's been very difficult for everybody. It's been difficult for everyone in the room, and I want to acknowledge all the work that this RAC has put into this process. It's been huge. I know I've learned a lot. I know the department has learned a lot from all of you guys. So thank you for sticking around with us on this process. We've gotten some great comments from this group. If you look at where we started to where we are today, there's a huge difference, and that's all because of the folks on this RAC. So, like I said, we've got some great comments. I think the rules that we have today reflect those comments. And I just want to acknowledge that and share some appreciation to this group for all the work that's
to come into this, so I'm very fortunate to be part of it. Thank you. Kelly?
Oh, I had a whole speech planned and I got shy. No, just want to thank you all. I know this has been a really tough process. I know we've shot ourselves in the foot many times. And, you have been patient with us this whole time. And we just really want to thank you for this massive amount of time that you've committed to this process. And we really acknowledge that. And we appreciate the passion shown throughout this table, with how much you care for your community. I hope it's reflected that we care too, what happens to this community as well. And I'm gonna get teary, because I've been with you guys for 2 years, and I've been working with you guys, and I've been having phone calls and giving presentations to you all, and I know this is just the beginning of one phase, but thank you all.
Okay, Roger, if you're with us there, you would like to provide any thoughts and reflections, you can come off mute and do that now.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that at least I thought you guys worked really hard on trying to do what you thought was the right and fair and correct thing, and I appreciate it and learned to appreciate all of your effort in spite of the contention and in spite of the difficulty and in spite of the fact that there are several factors that can't even be considered. And we can't figure out how to do that. I still believe you guys all dealt in honest and good faith. And so I wanted to thank you for your effort and appreciated clearly all the work that you guys put into thinking through this. So thank you for that.
Right. Okay, then Brandon, and then we'll just kind of work our way around the table.
Yeah, so lots of diversity of opinion in this room and at previous RAC meetings, and I mean, it's been a process, definitely. It's good to see the community here. It's good to see that, we're all trying to crack into this problem. It is a big problem, and we need to do something about it. I think everyone agrees with that. I guess the only thing that I would, that I was kind of hoping would be included was to kind of keep those domestic wells into the adaptive management process. Because I think that's a really good way to keep the community all together on the same page, and to let the domestic well owners know that, they're included in the decisions that we're making here, and just kind of a part of that. So I was a little disappointed to see that get kind of axed out of the adaptive management protocol that we're using. But other than that, I mean, I think we've covered a lot of ground, and appreciate everyone's being candid in this process and honest.
Well, I think I've been really impressed with this group's ability to work together on an issue where a lot lays on the balance, right? Our community, livelihoods, people's very way of life and existence. I was expecting a lot more raw emotion at times, I think, and I was just really impressed. There were times when we had opposing interests on something, but I still felt like a camaraderie with everybody here of let's continue to figure this out and provide the best recommendations that we can. And so I'm with that, I'm pretty pleased. It's hard to think, yeah, we're gonna have a really great product, because that's just not a reality, right? That's not in the cards for us right now with the situations that we're facing. But I think everybody really worked hard to make it as good as it could possibly be.
Yeah, this is, one of those, like Kelly's kind of saying, bittersweet endings. We've spent more time with you than some of our own family members, sadly. Appreciate getting to know you, appreciate the quality of staff, the department is utilized in this process. You guys are awesome. This is, challenging for this community. I hope this community can make it through it in time. Because it will be hard.
I've worked a fair amount. Lots of. Hear about that. I was headed to another basin and I work in a lot of basins. I would encourage the basin to maybe start off with 10%. Just, hey, let's take off the end gutters. Maybe that put on lease or something that's efficiency. So we were at least making progress. A lot of you're in the process. But I'm very impressed that we got it finished. I didn't think we would.
Yeah, so this to me is just another chapter in this book. This book, first public meeting started May 26, 2015. 11 days shy of a decade. Not all of you have been here, few of us have. The next chapter is even gonna be tougher for the community. Most of the community will start this afternoon trying to explain what the preferred alternative is gonna be. And that is gonna bankrupt some of them. That is hard. And there's no easy way to explain that. But I am thankful for where we've come in this chapter on the rules. I mean, in 15 months, we've come to where now we at least have 30 years to implement the reductions. We might not all agree on reductions that are going to occur, but it's not all gonna happen in 2020. I appreciate the adaptive management, so as we can look at non-regulatory approaches to try to keep less people from going under. I appreciate working on the wet water instead of the paper water. Is that alone takes it from the first analysis of potentially 66% shut off in the basin that we have allocated to paper water where we are today. So thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for getting a lot of improvements into the rules. And we're gonna be at this another 2 decades. 3. Yeah, almost might not be the thing.
For me, it's been very educational. Had to back up and go forward a lot of times, but you guys were helpful. I did a lot of what Mark says. It's very sad for the balance. You wish that every irrigator would have been able to sit in this room and learn what we've learned. Thanks for your time.
I don't necessarily have anything constructive to add, thanks.
I think everybody's saying it. Continue on. Hopefully we'll make progress.
If you think it's hard working with this slow talking 71-year-old cowboy. Who is very concerned about the community overall and water management overall. It's been a lifetime on ecology, watershed capture, storage and release. Ever since the 70s, and wasn't a part of this process. But back to the 71-year-old, when there's so many people out there, one of my best friends, when that haven't gone to a meeting, they're so busy working. Like Tony Hackett, he wanted to be here every meeting. He couldn't, he had emergencies both in Boise and in Pitts. One of our most knowledgeable people in this process. I miss having him there. Because when the difference I give some of this stuff is based on him and others that knows so much about this basin. But back to the 71-year-olds, they're still trying to keep their business going. In some cases, they're on borrowed time physically, in some cases borrowed time financially. And when this reality comes to them, they don't own a computer. I own one, it don't work. It's a new one. I'm way step ahead of the majority of people that this is going to impact. I mean, and I'm way behind you guys, you know that. So there's gonna be a reality coming, Kristen in there, and Mark and Andy and everybody, and the reality's been here, but they haven't been at the table. This is gonna be, it's worry and a big stress out there, and that stress by itself is gonna manifest itself in some worrisome ways. So that's the equivalent, the age factor, not being able to access a computer. It's you had the racial equity part today or whatever it was. That's minuscule compared to what I just described. I do appreciate everybody on this whole process. Don't always agree. So my comments later, hopefully I'll get them done when I get it. Will reflect that, but that's why I wanted I wanted the endpoint flexible to you guys. This thing is not black and white, and it's presented to you, so, thank you, everybody.
I appreciate being part of the process and learning about it, because I knew nothing, I mean, basics. And it's very deep. But I appreciate what you're doing.
I will say that I agree with what Mark said. I appreciate some of the stuff that came out of the RAC. That's probably it's a new process for the Oregon Department to even consider adapting and regulating on phases. And so I appreciate that work. And this whole process is built around data and numbers and this water issue. But I think what gets to me is we got to bring the humanity back. We're more than just the best available data. We got to think about the faces, the lives, and what it really means. Yeah. And I come back to it because I'm like, there's a lot to lose. And it's hard to justify how much we're losing for inches of water. And that's why I keep fighting. It's only an inch of water. It is sustainable. Because I feel that the harm that these regulations are doing are larger than the benefit that we're gaining by a few inches. If you can't use 77 feet of water over your lifetime to grow food, and we're being called we're devastating and not sustainable, then I feel really worried about what the rest of the state is going to be up against. And if you want to go further, what's the rest of the country up against? When are we going to value food, farming? When's the country, not in my lifetime, but if we keep shipping and we keep shipping, how many years does it take where you can't come back from that? And so that's why I'm always like, inches, we're paying a lot for inches. But I thank you for letting me be involved, and I hope that people can survive, because I look at some of the numbers and you start taking millions from people. It's hard to pay bills. And it's not really any fault of them. They didn't make a bad decision. It's not their fault that we're in this position. So that's what's hard for me, but I thank you for the process. Let's hope that we can work through the next steps.
I'm always interested in, you know, the more folks at the table, the better potential solutions we have. And, I hope we're at actually a starting point to be able to sort of put all those good minds together towards some good solutions. I worry about rules because we do put boxes around things that we can't be creative about solving. But, we worked hard at it. I hope we're at the beginning of some creative problem solving.
It's been a long 10 years from the start of this. And I would have to say, for me, a bit of the hope that maybe has influenced part of this group has always also taken 10 years with place-based planning. And where this rulemaking is putting boxes around and doing whatever, I hope that place-based planning can start breaking some of those boxes. I think the collaborative has done quite a bit for helping to try to make things better in regards to voluntary agreements and craft, researching those. In trying to help influence people with irrigation efficiencies, and I hope those can continue to evolve and move forward in the future. And thanks much for your guys' patience through this process. And I'm not sure, with both this process ending and water planning coming to a conclusion of the plan, I don't know what I'm going to do without having all those meetings every month. But hopefully we can fill it with something else. And please know that the place-based planning is moving forward into implementation, and hopefully everybody around this table will continue to participate to make the plan a working plan and not just something sitting on the shelf.
So for me, thank you for allowing me to sit on the committee. I've learned a lot. It's been an interesting process going through this. I think for me, I still have questions and lots of answers to be defined, but you know, if you just look at these papers, you know, this is only around half of the papers. I'm trying to get the average farmer and the average irrigator to understand what we've done for the past 2 years is gonna be the hard part. We've done the easy part, you know, I think the next 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years is gonna be very challenging for this communities. Another thing is, with the water model and all of this paperwork, saturated thickness was still not used. That's a little bit disturbing for me. You can go back to other states like Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and they use that definition. It's plastered all over their rainwater data. But we have an agency here that doesn't want to define it or use it. So, but no, it was a good past 2 years. I hope we can, you know, a lot of this data I think is going to be, I don't know if it's going to be upheld in a contested case. I think some of it might be thrown back to the department. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said. These are difficult conversations. They're challenging to work through. making decisions now in the past couple of years that will resonate for 3 decades is a weighty feeling. And that's clear. And, you know, like Travis, I have questions still about where we are on the rules right now, but I am proud of where we ended up. And as usual, as is often the case, the Harney Basin is kind of leading the way with thinking through adaptive management in basin rules, which to my knowledge is kind of the first time Oregon is trying this out. And that's one way that relieves a little bit of pressure for me in thinking down decades, thinking through the fact that we can make adjustments. We can see what the actual water levels are doing and adjust accordingly. I think that's something to be excited about and proud of, even if the overall conversation is a really difficult one. So I just appreciate the way that this committee and the community has been able to disagree well and to not necessarily have all the same opinions around the table, but then go over and have a beer in the pine room afterwards and, you know, just be a community and have some humanity about the discussions we're having. So appreciate y'all, and I'll look forward to continuing the conversation. I'm really hoping that voluntary actions can obviate some of the harder discussions we've been having. I hope that we've been having the harder discussions about what happens if regulation needs to occur. But I'm hopeful that there are some places where regulation does not need to occur because of voluntary actions.
It's been a long process. First time I've done something like this. Thank you, OWRD, for answering my emails and helping me with my own public meeting. I came into this process a new water person for the NRCS and SPCD, and this is helped me so much. Just learn stuff, but I thought I'd feel like kind of content after this, but I'm feeling really kind of fearful what happens next and how we're gonna deal with it.
Yeah, I always appreciate the discussion in the room, and the fact that we can have back and forth about things that we have different, kind of coming from different points on and have disagreements on, so I always appreciate that. Appreciate the department, all the work that you guys put into this, really appreciate that, and also Brian, your work, keeping this thing moving in a good direction, so, you know, I think we all have different concerns and questions about, different aspects of the package. And, but I am, you know, I am grateful that it looks like the basin will get onto a more sustainable path for, you know, for the long term. And so, yeah, so I guess we'll take the next steps over the next years and decades. Yeah, optimistic for things.
Keep it brief. I do want to say, and just make sure to recognize that I know at times we have overwhelmed with the sheer amount of technical and new information that we've piled on for these RAC meetings, and I really appreciate what I believe to be genuine interest and desire to work through that, and your patience with us to get through that. It's been a lot, and you know, I see these binders around the table. There's a lot of information that sometimes was confusing or new, and hopefully we were able to work through at least the most important parts of it with everybody. I also want to say that, you know, I think what we've done in here from a technical perspective is pretty novel, pretty new, pretty unique. The way we've implemented the groundwater model in a collaborative way with stakeholders. It's not something that I know that happened in Oregon or maybe anywhere that I'm aware of. And I think we should be proud of that. I think people will look at this model, at this process that we've gone through after using that model. And it's going to set potentially a new standard. It's a new way to approach these things, and I think we should all be proud of that. So thanks for your help working through it.
Yeah, I think I'll reiterate a lot of what Jason said, and thank you all for your time. This has been a massive amount of time for all of you. Can't think of another public process that I've ever been a part of. And had back-to-back 6 or 7 hour meetings. And it takes you away from the work you're trying to do. And like, if you're here, you're not farming, working at your job or doing whatever it is. And so thank you for taking the time to be a part of this process. Thank you for giving us for our mistakes and continuing to engage with us when we made those mistakes. And thank you for helping us learn and make this set of rules better than it would have been had we written it on our own. And I really am really grateful for each and every one of you. And I just want to convey gratitude for that. Thank you.
Okay,
Online, people.
well, we got Roger, and that was it, so I think, that completes our process, so again, thank you all for this time you put towards this, and onward and upward.
Giant